Hello. Town Manager. Good evening. I call this January 13th, 2026 meeting of the Morrisville Town Council to order. Councilmember Patel will not be able to join us this evening due to unforeseen travel difficulties, and Councilmember Satish Garamella plans to be here in about an hour or so. Thank you those here in person with us tonight, those watching via live stream, and those who are watching the recording of this meeting. Our town mission statement, which helps guide our decisions tonight and into the future, is connecting our diverse community to an enhanced quality of life through innovative programs and services. Thank you. Detective Johnson is our Sergeant at Arms for this evening's meeting. We thank you for your attendance. This evening, I will be leading our invocation. As we begin this new year with our new council, I look forward to a great deal of progress for our residents as we work to enhance their quality of life. This is a moment of renewal, of shared purpose, and of recommitting ourselves to the work of building a community where everyone can thrive. We have already begun commemorating the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and there is every reason to revisit his inspirational wisdom as we seek to create a more perfect union, a place where all are valued, all are welcomed, and all have the opportunity to contribute their strengths and abilities. His call to justice, compassion, and beloved community continues to guide us. Our new council will strive to make Morrisville a model all-America city, a town where every voice is heard, where friendliness is a defining strength, and where all our families work together to build the best possible hometown, not only for ourselves, but for future generations as well. May we approach our work tonight and throughout the year with humility, gratitude, and a shared commitment to serving others. Let us move forward with open hearts and steady purpose as we begin this new year together. All who are able, please stand as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we adopt this evening's agenda, Town Council policy is to review and ensure there are no conflicts of interest or appearance of conflict of interest with any items on the agenda. Is there anything anyone would like to share? Okay, seeing none, there's been a request to postpone the item regarding Chief Salter's retirement. As is his way, one of his colleagues was not feeling well, one of the instructors, so he stepped into that space instead of being with us tonight. So no surprise there. So I'd entertain a motion to adopt this evening's agenda without that item included.
I'll make that motion. Second.
Motion from Councilmember Johnson, a second from Mayor Pro Tem Rabadi. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously 5-0. There are two items on this evening's consent agenda. Resolution approving 2026 special event road closures and resolution rescinding award of solar installation contract at Morrisville Aquatics and Fitness Center. Would any member of council wish to push any item for discussion, or is there a motion and a second to adopt this evening's agenda?
I'll make a motion to adopt the consent agenda. Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Johnson, a second from Mayor Pro Tem Rabadi. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that also carries unanimously 7-0. Next on the agenda is Morrisville Speaks, public comment. And for Town Clerk Bertling, do we have anyone signed up to speak this evening?
We do.
We do?
We do. First up is Stephanie Reed.
Okay. For those who have signed up to speak, please approach the microphone and stand when your name is called. Begin by stating your name and residential address and direct your comments to the council. Each speaker is allotted 3 minutes to ensure everyone has a fair opportunity to share their thoughts. A timer will start after you state your name and address, and a buzzer will sound when your time is up. We appreciate your cooperation in helping us manage time fairly for all participants. Happy New Year and welcome back.
Good evening, council members. This is Stephanie Reed. I live at 1672 Legendary Lane. Last time I was here, I bought you a sea shanty. Tonight I'm here to officially announce the launch of a YIMBY action group, a Strong Towns Aligned initiative for Morrisville. This mission is personal. Growing up in the Washington, D.C. area, I was captivated by Mitch Snyder, the housing activist who went on hunger strikes to force the government to confront homelessness. Now, I don't plan on starving myself in front of you tonight, but I do plan on coming back, often with more of my awkward, slightly unhinged, and depending on your perspective, annoying speeches. Consider yourselves warned. Mitch Snyder went on hunger strikes, I'm going on housing strikes. Every time you see me, I'll be back with a new song, a new poem, or an offbeat analogy until Yes in My Backyard becomes part of Morrisville's vocabulary. Since it's January, my birth month, I'm using my birthday as tonight's theme. I was born on January 9th, 1972. That day, American Pie by Don McLean was the #1 song in America. It told the story of the day the music died. And it held the record for the longest song ever to reach #1 for 50 years until 2021 when Taylor Swift's 10-minute version of All Too Well broke the record. What I love most isn't the competition between these two artists, it's the respect, one generation passing the torch to the next. But in housing, we are failing to do that. We are stuck in what I call the exclusionary era of zoning, a 1926 Euclidean classic that, like a scratch vinyl record, keeps replaying the same mistakes. While my generation sang about Chevys and levies, for today's young adults, this feels like the day the housing died. The math tells a story. In 1965, a home cost about 3 times the median income. Today, it's nearly 5 times. Saving for a down payment now takes 15 years instead of 5. Median age of first-time homebuyers is now 40 years old instead of mid-20s. We force our kids to live through a 10-minute version of a housing crisis that never seems to end. But I'm here because Morrisville can choose a different track. We can enter a YIMBY era, an era where we don't just shake off the crisis, but actually build a future. I grew up in Vienna, Virginia. I love it there, and I can't afford to go back. It's now one of the wealthiest suburbs in the nation. When I visit my in-laws in Portland, Oregon, I see what happens at the other end of the spectrum. 10 cities and some of the worst homelessness in America. These places can look more different, but the root cause is identical, not enough housing. Restrictive zoning forces young families to subsidize an artificially low-density lifestyle for the wealthy. And for Gen Z, the American dream isn't a white picket fence. It's the freedom to live near their jobs and their communities, but they are being priced out of their story. In the Taylor Swift fandom, they trade friendship bracelets as a symbol of belonging. In the Don McLean era, it was shared through folk songs. I'm starting this YIMBY group because I want us to trade keys, not just bracelets or nostalgia. I want us to be the generation that passes the torch of home ownership and opportunity, not the one that keeps the light for themselves. Let's support the future Taylor Swifts and teachers, firefighters, technicians, students, divorcees, and families who want to call this town home. I don't want Morrisville to become the next Vienna, and I don't want it to become the next Portland. Thank you.
Next is Patty Chang.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Patty Chang at 304 Millett Drive in Morrisville. I was asked to speak tonight on behalf of a number of Morrisville citizens. They're sitting to my right here on the second and third row of the audience. These people are very concerned about Morrisville's plans for building a second road that ends on the opposite side of the railroad track at Airport Boulevard. The project was mistakenly called the Airport Boulevard extension when 5 years after you proposed to raise our taxes, Morrisville still does not have an actual plan, designed, vetted, and that could be implemented for how Airport Boulevard will go past the railroad tracks. There were a couple of drafts which obviously have not been vetted, as you're talking about having the road go through Caliber Collision and other buildings that are in that vicinity. There was no three-dimensional plan about how high this flyover, so to speak, the road will go over the railroad tracks. Nothing that has been analyzed that can actually be implemented. That's why the 3-page white paper that was published in early November says that this project will not be, the completion of this project won't happen until 2055, for 30 years. That's really poor indication of how you expect to use our public funds to move forward such a project that for phase 1 is $15 million. We're asking that you pause this project until better information is provided about how this project will look when it's finished and how it will be implemented once it's done. There's a lot of concerns about the elementary schools in the area, which, you know, as Mayor Cawley rides his hoverboard to give out stickers for people who walk or ride to school, there's no concern about this 5-lane road 45 miles per hour that ends at Davis Drive. The town of Cary has no plans whatsoever to extend the road past Davis Drive since there's already a 2-lane finished solid greenway with curbs that have already been completed. If you look at the long-term extended plan, Morrisville Carpenter and McCrimmon Boulevard ends at NC 55 within close proximity of each other. So there is no need for a third road to be extended to 55. So we ask that you reconsider this plan. Do not cut down 9 acres of trees because you just enjoy cutting down trees, okay? Thank you very much.
That is the end of those signed up.
Thank you to everyone who's spoken. If anyone in the audience did not sign up and would like to address the council, feel free to please come forward to the microphone stand, state your name and residential address, and you'll have 3 minutes to add your thoughts. Would anyone like to take advantage of that opportunity? Looks like we have one. Yeah, sure. You'll have 3 minutes just like the others. Please, your name and your residential address.
Hello, my name is Lane Close. Address is 107 Bell Tower Way, Morrisville, North Carolina, 27560. I am also here to talk about the Aviation Boulevard pass-through, but I would like to recognize that I do know that traffic is an issue in Morrisville. We all know that it's a growing area, but I want to say that this pass-through is not the resolution. I'm a father. I've walked to, my kids have gone to both Cedar Fork. We're now at Sterling. We walk almost every day, weather permitting, if it's not too cold. And I would like to point out that both of these schools are elementary schools that this road is going to cut through. If they were middle or high schools, I would not be as concerned. It's a very high-risk, vulnerable population. You have a preschool starting at those schools, the age starting at 3. On a daily basis, I see kids riding their bikes, scooters, rollerblades, and on a weekly basis, I see at least one kid accidentally roll into the road because they're learning how to ride their bike, they don't know how to brake yet, they're training on their rollerblades for the first time, they're just kids and running. And right now it's a very low risk area. There's no traffic, but if this road does go in, like she said, it's 45 miles an hour as it cuts through there. If a kid does go into that road, something's gonna happen. So as a statistician, I started looking at the data. What does that look like? So I looked at as many elementary schools as possible and all the public data that was available from DOT, any car accident records for pedestrians. And for every single elementary school that I found, there was at least a death, injury, or both. There was not a single school that didn't have either of those. So if this road does go in, there is going to be an injury or a death. The question is, like, if this is something that takes priority, if traffic takes priority over protecting the children. It's not a question of when it's going to happen. It's not a question that it's going to happen. It's a question of when this is going to happen. God forbid they're my kids, and I'm sure everybody else that does have kids, they do not want this road to go in. I've talked to probably 20 to 30 people about this. And I'm also representing those people that aren't here tonight. They don't want this going in either. And like I said, I do recognize there's a traffic issue, but this is not the answer. Thank you.
Thank you to the speakers. Did anyone else want to join in and share their thoughts? Your name and your residential
Good evening.
address.
My name is Edward Money. I'm a resident of 511 Trolley Car Way, Morrisville, North Carolina. I'm also here with a group that asked the council to reconsider the airport road extension. There is no rationale for that road. If traffic needed to be addressed, a widening of McCrimmon seems like it would be the most plausible solution, because particularly when you're looking at that side of McCrimmon that is industrial, there's plenty of land that's unoccupied to be able to widen McCrimmon. You still have to go over the railroad track, and I know that is a particular issue especially when you consider the fact that the Airport Boulevard extension that is planned, as has been mentioned, does not have a provision to actually go over Highway 54. In addition, that area where the land would be cleared is home to an incredible amount of wildlife. There are owls, there are hawks, there are deer, there are other wildlife that consider that home. Now, you may think that that's a small issue, but we're living in a land, in a country, and in a state that's rapidly deforesting. That has impact for generations. Once that land is cleared and once it's paved, it will be generations before that land could actually be restored, if ever. And so when you think about the present and you think about the future, we talked about children at risk for injury. I ask you to consider also the fact that the wildlife in that area will not be available for the enjoyment of children for generations to come. My second issue is related to development and water resources. As development is planned, I ask the question, is there consideration of suitable water resources? Right now, we get our water from Jordan Lake, Falls Lake. Those are limited water supplies. We know right now, and we've experienced, I've lived in this area 41 years, and I've experienced a number of droughts in which it's been called upon citizens to actually curtail water use, to limit even showering. My first experience with that was 1985 when I was in Chapel Hill. This area has grown substantially since then, and water resources have not kept up with that. So I'll just ask you, as you consider plans for future development, look to see if those taps are going to be accessible, if there's going to be water, sufficient water to meet the needs of current residents and those desiring to live here. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Okay. As a reminder, we encourage the submission of written comments as they offer valuable ways for community members to share their feedback. To submit written comments, please email publicinput@morrisvillenc.gov. Town Clerk Bertling, did anyone submit written for this meeting?
No one submitted online. If those who spoke last, if you will sign up before you leave, that will help me a lot. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, thank you very much. We're going to move on to the next item. That's administrative reports, item number 9. We have one administrative report this evening. These reports are for information only unless there are specific questions. Does anyone member of council have a question on this report? It's the quarterly CIP project update. Okay, those are available online if anyone would like to look at those. Good updates there. We're now at presentations. And actually, we only have one because Chief Chris Salter is not here this evening. So now at this time, we now invite Paul Hassard, Strategic Performance Manager, to the podium to talk about data and metrics dashboard.
Good evening, Council and Mayor.
Welcome.
I am here tonight to bring before you the new community-facing strategic plan dashboard. This dashboard is intended to help inform our community about the work that our town employees are doing every day to make Morrisville the best place to live in North Carolina through the strategic plan that we have in place and the different goals and objectives that lie inside, and also to apprise them of our progress towards accomplishing the various initiatives that are laid out in our strategic plan and the progress we are making towards improving on our performance metrics. I believe this dashboard will be extremely valuable both as a community touch point, but also as a chance internally for the town staff to engage in data-founded process evaluation and improvement, as well as using the metrics within to help guide smart budget recommendations that feed into the calendar for the next fiscal year. Along with the dashboard, there are a couple of items that I would also like to bring forward separately. The first is the new strategic planning webpage that is featured on Morrisville's website, where the strategic plan, the dashboard, and a couple other features will live moving forward. And then I would also like to preview a couple of those features that I believe will be very valuable to the strategic planning and performance management program that we're hoping to launch over the next calendar year, or I guess this calendar year now. Just as a quick sort of throwing this out there before we move forward, a lot of this presentation I think will cover a lot of breadth and width of information. With that in mind, certain questions may be answered later on in the presentation and they're brought up. So just a humble request, if you do have any questions about some of the material that we're about to show off, there'll be a section for that at the end. If you wouldn't mind just holding all questions to the end, we'll be able to get through it quickly that way.
We can do that. I'd like to take a point of privilege, though. I'd like to apologize that I should have, before we started this section, to recognize that Councilmember Satish Garamella has joined us at this time, actually during the council comment, during the public speaks. Is there anything on the agenda that might be a per se conflict of interest? Nothing like that. Okay. Welcome. So I apologize.
No.
I did that. I should have done that earlier. Go right ahead, Paul.
So just a little bit of background before we jump into the dashboard proper. I wanted to take a second to talk a little bit about the development philosophy that went into the creation of this dashboard. One of the first things that stood out to me as very important when it came time to develop this was a heavy focus on interactive elements. I believe interactivity in our community touchpoints is very important, not only because I think it makes it more interesting and I think it's more engaging if you have something to play around with and slice through the data at various points than just a blank sort of numbers and charts monolith. But I also think it gives our community the ability to personalize some of the data to themselves. A community outreach tool is only as good as the applicability that it has to our residents and stakeholders. And the ability to slice the data in a number of different ways, focus in particular on certain metrics to what's applicable to our residents, I believe does a lot to make sure that this dashboard is not just a big block of data out there for people to look at once and get bored of. It's something that's hopefully applicable to our entire community and is something that we can use continuously moving forward. I also wanted this dashboard to be a tool that we can change and adjust in-house as necessary. Without wishing to speak negatively of any outside organizations, I think some of the challenges that come from incorporating data visualization tools or dashboards through third-party vendors is there's a lot more hoops that have to be jumped to if something needs to be changed or adjusted. And if there's some sort of custom tool or visualization that needs to be created, it's often dependent on how much time and resources that vendor has. With something that's brought in-house like this is, a lot of those changes are easier, they can be done faster and more efficiently, and this dashboard and this tool can be an overall much more responsive tool for the community as a whole. And then lastly, as a strategic planning dashboard, we wanted the dashboard to, well, reflect the strategic plan. So this is the town strategic plan. I'm sure you're all very familiar with this document already. But we wanted the dashboard to specifically speak to what is in the strategic plan first and foremost. And that is not to say that any of the work that the town does that is not directly captured in the strategic plan is unimportant. But for the purposes of this dashboard and for a performance-facing dashboard, we wanted the elements within to primarily reflect what's listed on the strategic plan. And I think you'll see that as we go throughout the dashboard, how that's reflected in there. So this is the picture of the dashboard. I'm going to skip through most of these slides. They were included in the presentation for you to be able to get a sense of what things look like without the ability to demo it live at the moment. But I'm going to go ahead and jump to the link and jump right into the dashboard and do a quick sort of live demonstration. So this is where the dashboard lives at the moment. It is on the Morrisville Open Data portal page, and it is linked to from the strategic planning webpage, which we'll demo as well in a little while. So I'm going to usually a full screen option. I believe this is it. Yeah, here we go. So this is the front page of the dashboard. As you can probably see by the different goals, it's intended to reflect the strategic plan and the different goals within. There is a little help option here that serves as a quick little tutorial, explaining some of the different things that are listed here, how to interact with some of the interactive elements. For the purposes of this demonstration, I'm just going to jump right into goal number 1. So this is the page for goal number 1, sustainable livable community growth. At the top here on the center, you'll see quick navigation for each of the other goals if you want to jump to one quickly. We provide the goal text beneath, and then here is the first of a number of key metrics that we outline throughout the dashboard. These are performance measures that we believe are particularly relevant to the work that the town is doing now. Again, not that anything that the town engages in is irrelevant, but these are things that we particularly want to highlight for our community because we believe they are relevant to the average resident. The objective and initiative are outlined below to help establish some of that tie back to the strategic plan. The metrics, along with prior years, are listed in the little visualization panel over here. We do swap back and forth between calendar year and fiscal year at points. As a general rule, if something isn't specifically listed as fiscal year, we have it as calendar years, just so it's a little bit easier for the average resident to pick up on. Some measures, particularly finance related, have to be done fiscal year wise. So in those cases, we do specifically say fiscal year here and try to delineate it based on that. And then to the right over here, there is the first of a number of context sections. So one of the things that was very important for me when designing this dashboard was the ability to inform the community a little bit about what the metrics that we're referencing here actually mean and what they do for them as a community. We can throw up all sorts of visualizations and charts out there, but if our residents and our stakeholders don't actually know what that data means or what those metrics actually speak to, why they're important, then we're not actually accomplishing very much as far as communication. So you'll see a number of these sections over here entitled, what does this mean? Sometimes they'll just have the name of the metric over it if there isn't enough space to fit in a whole key metric thing. And they talk a little bit about what this metric is, how it relates to goals found within our strategic plan, why it's important, and why it affects the average Morrisville resident. Moving down a little further on the page, there's a number of measures over here that involve greenhouse gas emissions and energy consumption. This is the first of a number of interactive elements that can be found throughout the dashboard. So in this case in particular, this slicer over here allows you to examine these different measures by building or department. So for instance, if I was particularly interested in seeing how Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources was consuming energy, I could just click on this and the data will automatically adjust to fit that. You can add additional departments over here and go with something like Public Works, and you can also take things out and the data will adjust accordingly immediately. The range also adjusts accordingly, which I believe is very handy for creating a chart that actually looks meaningful and doesn't just become very small when you pull out of the entire thing. And if you ever want to go back to the initial default view, you can just select all here and everything will immediately revert. There's a bit more on this page, but I'll leave that to be discovered on its own right, and I'll jump to goal number 2, public safety readiness here. So this is the first of a series of map visualizations that we put forward, this time for fire/EMS incidents in the area that Morrisville FD responds to. This is again something that we can slice in a number of different ways. So there's again a lot of data that just pops up from the get-go. I might be particularly interested in cutting that down and just looking at, say, fire responses, right? And that cuts things down significantly. And I might furthermore want to go ahead and look at just one since March 31st for whatever reason. And that narrows it down further from there. So there's a number of different ways to, again, slice and dice this data to go for what you're particularly looking for. There's always options to try and provide different ways of context and adjusting things, and we can certainly look into that depending on what interest there is. And then down here, there is the first of a series of segments throughout where we interview some of our town employees, and they provide some context as well as to why some of these measures are meaningful. I believe these segments are particularly valuable to the town for a couple of reasons. One, because these are the subject matter experts for the area, and the context and insight they provide from years of working directly within that field is something that I will do my best to provide as a strategic performance manager, but they are often much better versed with their subject matter than I am, and their insights often exceed mine. And then I also believe this is very valuable because it humanizes the data that we put forward. So it's very easy to see a lot of charts, maps, visualizations, and sort of fall into the lull. This is all just a bunch of numbers. And there's people behind these numbers. And I think it's an often forgotten element that the human component behind what Morrisville does is what makes this town tick. And these brief little snippets provide some windows into the human element that goes behind making the town what it is. We'll jump to the last goal here, organizational resiliency. This one has a lot of similar elements to what we've seen. This primarily focuses on financial data here. There's a budget chart here that you can use to slice in a number of different ways depending on what you're particularly interested in seeing the town spending on. Grant dollars here. I want to take a moment to briefly talk about some of the sustainability data that we have down here too, and why it's split out from what we have in Goal 1. So both Organizational Resiliency Goal 7 and Sustainable Community Living Goal 1 have some sustainability elements to them. The organizational resiliency ones tend to focus more on what we are doing to protect ourselves as a town in case of some sort of unexpected circumstance, whereas what's found in goal number 1 is more what are we doing to help conserve resources and make the environment a better place. There's obviously some overlap between them, and there are some, I guess, hairs to be split about where certain things should be housed, but how we sort of split them out at the moment, that's kind of the line that they sort of bake on currently. All right, so that is the dashboard, and I'll leave you to explore that at your own pace beyond that. So a couple of features that come with this dashboard that I think are worth highlighting. First kind of goes to something that I mentioned a little bit earlier, which is fast changes and custom visualizations. So everything in this dashboard is built in-house, which means that we can change things quicker. We can build custom visualizations that might not be available for a larger service that's dealing with multiple towns at once. This is something that is housed completely internally, and as such, we have a lot of freedom in how we approach things. On top of that, because it's built in-house, that means that this dashboard is one of one. There is no other town in the world that has a dashboard like this. It is completely unique to Morrisville, and it can be completely customized to Morrisville depending on the needs and desires of the town. This dashboard, I believe, helps us do a number of things, along with just communicating with our community, which in and of itself is a very valuable touch point. To talk about some of the internal stuff that we mentioned previously, I think having visualizations for this data helps us to better evaluate some of our performance outcomes and facilitate meaningful process improvement. We always hope that anytime we measure the progress of some initiative, we are always above target. But if we ever fall below target, this gives us the grounds to have a conversation about what we need to do differently and start an investigation as to how we can better manage some of our processes in order to produce the desired outcome for the town. And in turn with that, this gives us the ability to quantitatively strengthen some of our budgeting process. So if we go through that process improvement phase and we determine that there is something on the table that there is just a barrier that we cannot overcome through smart decision making alone, That gives us the ability to put something in the budget and justify it, saying if we want to meet this target, we need to be able to have X, Y, and Z, right? We might have a scenario where a department has a goal, particularly to focus on some sort of certification, and they're just simply too busy, right, with their current workload to spare anyone for a day off for training. This gives us the ability to have those conversations and to justify that in the budget with meaningful data in place to support that story. Along with the opportunities for improvement side, this dashboard also gives us the ability to recognize and commend employees for the hard work and good work that they do, particularly with a quantitative backing there, which we've already started to do a bit in our news and notes section, and we'll also build that out through some of the upcoming features. And then it gives us the ability to evaluate and strengthen opportunities for organizational resiliency. So one of the key elements that I think has been very important for the town is the ability to say, in the event of some unexpected occurrence or a natural disaster or something along those lines, the town has the ability to keep operating at high level. And this gives us the ability to have some insight into some of those elements and see how protected we are, where some of our vulnerabilities are, and where we need to assess things moving forward. Moving on from the dashboard, one other element that we have in place just published is the strategic planning webpage. So this is available from the Town of Morrisville website. If you go to government and then down to strategic planning performance measurement, you'll find it there. This will serve again as kind of the one-stop shop hub, whatever you want to call it, for anything strategic planning or performance related moving forward. So the strategic plan lives here, along with some brief explanations of what the different elements inside of it mean. There's a discussion about performance management and how we use it as a town, along with a link to the community dashboard that you just saw. And then some discussion about budget impact and a link to our open data portal page, which we started building out moving forward as well. A couple of features coming soon that will be hosted on that webpage. The first one is a video series called Morrisville Data Stories. This is a video series that focuses on different programs and projects in Morrisville that particularly can be related back to the strategic plan, discusses some of the work that our employees are doing to, again, make the town the best place to live in the state. Focuses on some of the unsung heroes maybe that might not get as much attention normally, and shows how their actions are actively serving the everyday resident in the community. So there's a couple screenshots here of the first video, which focuses on the town's grant process. That video is currently well underway, and the hope is to have that out before spring. And then beyond that is Beyond Morrisville is the tentative title. This is an article series highlighting town employees and some of the data-informed changes they make to support the town and make it a better place. This is a particular lean towards an interview style to recognize individual employees for the contributions they make rather than more of a program-based or focused basis for Morrisville data stories. This, I believe, ties in heavily to some of our employee recognition and support for the individual efforts that people make to support our strategic plan and to make sure that our metrics are consistently hitting target and we are providing our residents with the services that they deserve and need to thrive. So that's a lot of information, hopefully in a pretty short time. Any questions from council that I can answer?
Councilmember Garamella, do you have a question or?
I was ready for, but I'll take.
Okay.
No, I think this is excellent because I use Power BI on my daily work, and I think this gives transparency, it gives focus, it will take a lot of heat from all the departments because individual can go and do the clicks, and this is exactly the stuff that is needed. But also I would add one more thing is the new projects which are coming in play. You know, what are the current projects so that people, I know there is a chart, interactive chat from the planning department, but I think having it here integrating what are the projects in line, commercial, residential, those kind of things that people are more interested in, and also the road projects. And transportation is the number one issue here. And the more we focus that, it'll take a lot of, I would say, time off Brandon, because we ask continuously these questions. So it's all interactive now. So that is excellent work. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Councilmember Johnson, please.
So I'm going to echo what Councilmember Garamella, hold on, let me put my mic on, that'll help. I'm going to echo what Councilmember Garamella just said, Paul. This is fabulous. This is what we've been asking for and more. I do have one question, and I'll talk about goal number 1. It showed prior years plus 2025. Is all the data updated for 2025 out there on this dashboard?
So this dashboard operates off of, for the most part, monthly updates. So what you were seeing for 2025 is 11 months worth of data.
Okay.
So December is still yet to come. And once we have that in there, then 2025 will be complete.
Okay, that makes sense, because some of the graphs I thought would look a little different, so that's why I asked. Oh, that's perfect, but yeah, thank you. This is fantastic. There's a lot of information out here, and I'll be frank, I have not looked through all of it yet. And you're right, it's going to take a little while to kind of digest it all, but there is some really good information. And actually, we had a speaker tonight that talked about water, and if we have enough water supply. And so not that this relates directly to that question, but this shows the water consumption year to year and how we are saving water in this town, at least anyhow. But so there's a lot of really good information for the public. So thank you very much.
Mayor Protem Rabadi, followed by Councilmember Scott Johnson.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm a big dashboard nerd, so I'm also really pleased. So I do have some questions about the data flow to the dashboard. So could we pull the dashboard back up? Would
Certainly.
that be possible? And this is morrisville.gov/pages/SP dashboard, right?
Yes.
Okay.
opendata.morrisville.morrisville.nc.gov/pages/SP dashboard. And again, if anyone needs to find it from here, you can just go to the town website. If you go to Government, Strategic Planning and Performance Management, and then scroll down to either the Community Dashboard, or you can find it in the Resources tab right here.
So that seems like kind of a long way to go for it. Is there any way that we could put something like above the fold on the homepage?
I believe we are looking into that presently. I think one of the challenges that came from just the way that the website had kind of been designed at the moment was that adding an additional button made things overflow onto another row. But I believe communications is working through that currently,
okay.
And we're hoping to have a solution for that pretty soon.
Just because I think that it's important if we're gonna debut something splashy and new, I think that it needs to be one of the first things that greets you when you get to the homepage. Because I don't know that I would find it like all the way down here under resources.
Yeah, that certainly makes sense.
So when you go to the dashboard, there we go. Okay, so can you click back on goal 1, please? Thank you. Okay, so the key metric, there's not just one key metric, is there, for sustainable growth, or is there?
So we highlight greenhouse gas reduction as the key metric for sustainability, just to give people who might not have the time to go through every single bit of data for every single focus area for us.
Mm-hmm.
Here is one thing that you can look at that we feel like kind of tells the story generally for the whole area. But you are right, after that it kind of breaks down into a number of different measures, including greenhouse gas emission, energy consumption, and different types of consumption from there.
Okay, and the total town energy consumption is the sum of the electricity, the natural gas, and the water?
Correct, and then put into kilo British thermal units.
Yeah, this is really making me happy. I do love a dashboard. Okay, and then you said that it's updated monthly. It's not updated like manually, right? Where's the data being sourced from?
So there's a mixture of manual data entry and automatic entry. So certain things we can pull automatically, like all of the energy consumption and greenhouse gas emission data that you're seeing here is pulled directly from Impera. Some things do require a manual entry, and in those elements, I try to reach out and assist where I can for pulling things from different sources. What we have on the back end of the manual side of things is a spreadsheet in SharePoint that speaks directly to the dashboard. And so for the few metrics that do exist that do require manual entry, department staff or I can just enter things in, and it'll automatically pull from that every month.
So, and are we going to make sure somehow, like, does it happen on the first of the month? Does it happen? Because the one thing is that if we're going to do manual data updates, I do think we have to be sure that they occur on as regular cadence as possible. So, I mean, is there someone dedicated to that? Is that scheduled somehow?
Yes. So everything is brought together, as you might be able to tell from December data not being included yet. Everything is brought together on the 15th of the following month. So December data should begin on the 15th of the upcoming month. There are some measures that we are working to get a little more up to date, just because there have been some challenges with collecting data, such as like the mapping data for some of our fire incidents. But broadly speaking, we try to have data that is collected on a monthly basis, at least be updated by the 15th of the following month. And then for data that is done on a quarterly basis, that is done on the 15th of the month after the quarter ends. So January for October through December.
Is there already something that indicates when the last data update was?
There is not currently. That is something that...
I always like to see a last update metric, just because I think that it answers a question that you don't even have to ask now if we know that it's all information as of November 30th, 2025. Just something really simple, at the top. I think would be a good addition, but again, just fabulous, fabulous job. And I really look forward to iterations too. I mean, we never want something like this to be static. We always, always want to keep innovating, and this is really just a fabulous start. Oh, and welcome to the town.
Thank you very much.
I think this is the first time is it the first time we're seeing you? I didn't think you looked familiar. Hi.
Hi. Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, followed by Councilmember Kessler.
Mayor, I'm sorry, can I
Yes, sir.
interrupt just for a second for a
Of course.
clarification? Sorry, Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, thank you. Regarding your question, Mayor Pro Tem Body, sorry, I'll get used to that. A couple of options is, one is we now have a fully functional search engine. So the good news is if you're just looking for that, you will find it through the search engine. Also on the homepage, directly below where the photo banner is, there's a set of 8 in gray buttons. And those are intended to be the most commonly used or most interesting sites that'll be evaluated over time and updated. And we may actually add additional row there so that if people are looking, the dashboard will show up there as one of a quick option. So a couple different ways to get to it.
Dynamically by user or as an aggregate?
No, dynamic as a whole.
Oh, okay. I mean, because what would be really cool is if it could be dynamically by user. So people could always have their favorites up there.
We're not quite there.
I'm just saying.
You'd have to accept all the cookies. Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, followed by Councilmember Kessler, please.
Well, welcome. We are a tough group. I will warn you of that, and I'm sure you've been coached as well. But it's because we are so passionate about the dashboard, and this is such a fresh look at what we do as a town, and I can see so many phone calls you know, and so many emails kind of being automatically resolved through this view. And so well done, and thank you for stepping out into the light and engaging with us. With that said, I do like Mayor Pro Tem Rabati's comment about the last refresh date, because some of these, you are gonna have that cadence of every month you're refreshing for those items that do have a frequent input stream, but other items will not be refreshed at that rate. Sometimes our projects, our capital projects or smaller projects do have a expiration or maybe a less frequent refresh if it's a quarterly or an annual update. So I zoom in on that and I kind of take that cue as, you know, is this current to date or not? The other item that I've learned as a council member is the term year does not mean the same thing to everyone. As a member of the public, I think of year as a calendar year. But in government, I think of a year as a fiscal year. And I know that it's going to be important as you're working with the dashboard as a member of the public or another entity to know which year you're reflecting in that data. So if I'm looking at this representation and I was thinking in the back of my mind, I assume this is calendar year, but as we go into budget season, we're going into fiscal year 27, and we usually use FY 27 or FY 26. So it's just a little bit of communication request of what is a year, what, you know, that kind of thing. And it's important as we get into future planning and strategic planning as well.
Certainly. So just to briefly talk about that, everything that is listed on the dashboard is calendar year unless otherwise stated. So to go to some of our financial metrics, like say general budget utilized by fiscal year, grant dollars received by fiscal year. So I know calendar year is probably the most commonly referred to among the general public, and we try to use that where possible. On the occasion, especially with regards to financial metrics, where things pretty much have to be done by fiscal year, we try to denote that specifically, so there's no room for confusion there, hopefully.
Well, it is confusing even now for me, because I'm always juggling between calendar year and fiscal year, and I don't know, you've done a really nice job in what does it mean and how does it mean, but it'd be great if there's not a lot of space, but if somewhere on some of these financial pages that a fiscal year is defined as being July 1st through June 30th, just so those members of the public who are not familiar might kind of gain that understanding and understand that that's why we're working on budget in January instead of like in October. That'd be great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kessling, please.
Thank you, Paul, for giving this presentation. I definitely appreciated that it's an in-house tool and that it's interactive. Seems that it can be very quickly changed and updated. Hovering over one of the, any of the points on the graph, I like how you can see the data. It tells you the data. If we could go back to strategic plan or goal 1, I have a couple of comments. So first comment, I don't necessarily know what the annual greenhouse gas reduction chart is telling me. So maybe additional explanation on that. Could you explain the dynamic y-axis for the these greenhouse gas emission charts?
So the way that the chart looks itself?
Right, so you have provided a reason for why the total amount on the y-axis, the metric tons of CO2 changed dynamically.
Yeah.
When you're selecting different departments?
Certainly. So on a lot of tools that you'll see that do similar sort of data visualizations like this, if you have a chart that then has a slicer to the side that lets you break it down into individual categories, the y-axis stays constant, essentially. So if you just wanted to see like one department, you would basically have a very small chart, essentially, with a lot of blank space between the data and the top of the chart. The y-axis here can adjust dynamically. So for the entire town, this goes up to 1,000 metric tons CO2e. If we just go again to a particular department, I'll pick on PRCR again, this now adjusts to 600 at the top and fills in accordingly based on, you know, what the reasonable range is based on the data shown. So that's primarily what I mean by a dynamic y-axis, and it's one of the things that I think is a cool little feature compared to some of the other data visualization tools out there.
Appreciate it. Thank you. I will say that I'm not a fan of the dynamic y-axis. I think it can be a little bit confusing for people if you select two different things and you see that, you know, in the numbers shift, right? It's a larger value, but it might actually be a lower value. Like you might see a peak in 2024 for lighting, where there wasn't a peak for Parks and Rec, but it's the difference between the top value being 600 and the top value being 100, let's say. It'd be just a little bit challenging, but I appreciate working with that. I think it'd be nice if it was a stacked bar chart, so that you could see what, you know, the relationship of Parks and Rec. And it goes back to the y-axis as well. It's like, what's the, I'm struggling with the word, but the relationship between all of these things. What is consuming the most amount of energy, the most amount of natural gas in town? And I'd have to dig. I'd have to, like, you know, get a piece of paper out and kind of take all the data when I should be able to just see it on the graph. So that's one thing. If you can click on just lighting, I do like how natural gas disappears. I think that makes a lot of sense. I don't know why water consumption is not disappearing. I don't know about that.
That's something that I would need to look into in Impera and dig a little bit more.
And then if you scroll down on here, so this total town energy consumption changes as well when you select the different departments, but the title still says the total energy consumption by year. I mean, you can have one of the departments selected, and then it the graph ends up being incorrect just because of the user put that in. A metric that I'd like to see in here is tree canopy acreage. You know, how is that changing year over year, the trend on that? And a couple more comments on some of the other goals. For goal 4, that graph seemed to be inaccurate. It says Morrisville Smart Shuttle stops. I don't see any stops for one, but also when I was looking at it earlier, there's a lot of dots on the map, and I don't think that was accurate. But
so there should be data showing up, and I confess I'm not entirely sure why it is not displaying at the moment, so I apologize for that. We'll certainly look into that. My understanding is that there's 18 stops. Is that correct?
There was more than 18 dots on the map, essentially. So I don't know if that was, you know, this is where someone was standing and they requested the shuttle. I mean, that could be it. And if that's the case, then, you know, the title could change. Or, you know, if it's just Smart Shuttle stops, right, have that data for the Smart Shuttle stop. For goal number 5, it'd be really nice to see, we go on to that, economic prosperity. So here's what it's showing up.
It just took a long time to load in.
Yeah, so not all of these are Smart Shuttle stops. So I think it's just a mismatch between the data and the, I guess, the title itself. it's common, really. If we go to economic prosperity, and I think if you scroll down on the, I think it was announced jobs, or was it, maybe it was at the top? Yeah, number of announced new Morrisville jobs calendar year to date. I'm assuming that's, development comes in, and or a company comes in and they've created that many jobs. I'd love to see a breakdown of wages for those jobs. So, max, min, medium, average, range, all the data for that. Because I think that would help us, gives us information on wealth inequality in Morrisville, if that is an issue that we're experiencing, and then we can work towards addressing that. The percent of Morrisville's tax base that is commercial, one thing that I noticed about this was if you click on the, hover over the data for, Apex, let's say, you could try to get onto that, where that's located, but sometimes it's move your cursor a little bit, you're on Morrisville, like that. And then those data points are, one's in percentages and one's in a decimal point value. I don't know
I
if
think respectfully, Harrison, we may be a little bit in the weeds here. Is this something that, if these are issues that
Sure.
we have with I wonder if it might be more productive to submit a list to.
Okay.
Oh my God, I already forgot your name.
Paul.
Paul, thank you. To get Paul a list of if there's data missing or data that's incorrect.
Yep.
It might be more productive use of time.
Sure. To finish up, I like the proportional square chart, and I'll send the additional comments on that. I like the residential employment rate charts, some information on that. I have a question about, do we utilize long-term metrics used to outline the future cost of maintaining and replacing public infrastructure, as well as trend data for the town's net financial position expressed in a dollar amount and ratio year over year? It's a question just out there. And the reason being is that all annual budgets show our short-term financial position. We as council also need information on long-term obligations and trends to make sustainable decisions, ensure we are maintaining infrastructure responsibly, and understand how current policies affect our financial resilience over time. Putting that into the record. And those are my comments. I appreciate it.
Yeah, this is a great presentation. This is a really great start. I know on the main part of our website, we have a little place where, like, if you have any input or suggestions, how would someone want to give feedback if they're going through it, like Councilmember Kessling did, to let you know that maybe there's something that can be tweaked? What would be the process for a resident to do that?
Certainly. So I would encourage anyone who has any feedback regarding the dashboard or additional data that you'd be interested in seeing, changes that you think might be beneficial for making things easier to read. Please feel free to reach out to me, either by email or phone. My contact information is listed on the strategic plan webpage. I'll certainly reply as soon as I possibly can, and I'll bring any recommendations to the attention of senior leadership, and we'll certainly work through them as feasible options.
Yeah, this is really a yeoman's work that you've done here. I know you're counting a lot of people to help you provide the data, and you're the one who's aggregating it and putting it in such a form that our residents can really benefit. And I hope that our businesses also choose to look at this and help it make their own decisions too. I know it's going to be really beneficial for our decision making going forward. Was there anything the town manager wanted to add or share at this time?
No, I would just echo, I think what you've said, excellent work by Paul, dove into this. I mean, let's keep in mind, he's worked here less than 3 months, and this is up and running. So again, a really good example of, bringing someone in that's got some experience in doing this kind of thing. He's done an excellent job in reaching out to all of our departments. This is not just his work. I mean, it is just his work, but it's in talking to others and making sure that he understands Morrisville and what is of interest here and understanding our plans. So very pleased that you're pleased. Obviously more to come, more that this can develop over time, certainly more factors and measures to add. But this is, I think, a really good start. And then you'll see this continue to be relevant as we get more into budget conversations and as we continue to share successes and areas of challenge over time as well.
If you don't mind, I would like to sort of echo off that and give a thank you to everyone who assisted with this process, both in terms of gathering data and especially to IT for helping me work through some of the technological kinks that came with it. There's a lot of effort that went into this beyond just my own, so to everyone who pitched in, thank you immensely.
Excellent. Yeah, this is a great foundation, and as more people use it, we'll know how to make it better and even more useful. So thank you very much, Paul. Welcome to the town. Yeah, exactly. Okay, now we're at item 11, future meetings. For a full listing of events that are coming up, please see the town calendar at www.morrisvillenc.gov. Now we're going to move on to council comments. I will share first, and it'll be followed by Mayor Pro Tem Rabati. So I want to let everyone know that before we meet again in this format, we'll be having our annual town retreat. If there's anything that you would like to have our town do or stop doing, any suggestions over how you would like for us to invest our shared resources, please see our webpage or our social media and complete a short survey. And that includes a space for any remarks or suggestions for us to consider. I believe that's closing on Friday. So go ahead and share sooner rather than later. Our retreat agenda is available online, and we have time set aside on Saturday morning to discuss budget overview and our council priorities. The earlier we hear from our residents, the more opportunity for thought and discussion to take place. So next is Mayor Pro Tem Rabati, followed by Councilmember Scroggins Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Last night I attended the town's first celebration of MLK Day, and that was fabulous. It was really great, and the speaker, the storyteller, was amazing. And I think that I'm just really happy that we're still continuing to iterate along these plans of more inclusive events and events that reflect the composition of our town. Also, I would like to give a shout out to our social media team, who has really been doing the Lord's work lately. Just the videos have been so on point, and just all of our social media accounts have really leveled up over the past year or so. And I keep forgetting to acknowledge that, but I wanted to make sure that you saw that. So thank you so much, Parks and Rec. Thank you so much, Comms.
Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, followed by Councilmember Garamella.
Well, Happy New Year, everybody. It's exciting to be here. I call it the first day of school because it's the first meeting of the year, but it's also the first meeting of our new council. So welcome to a very exciting year for sure. One thing that I'd like to apologize for is the administrative report did have an item I had a question about, but I'm just going to kind of mention it here, is the capital project related to the airport extension. It's a one-pager in the briefing. However, we had quite a conversation last year as a council in a work session about safety concerns for the Airport Boulevard extension. And the only item that was noted in this one pager was about the 45-mile-per-hour concern. There were other concerns about safe crossing, speed, and impact. And I feel that there needs to be a little more detail provided about what was done in regard to the safety concerns for that road, other than speed, because it seemed like we had multiple items, and if we could be provided that information. Also, it's noted that there's 100% design done at this point. So there should be some answers about how the crossing and potential, there was some suggestions about kind of keeping the traffic a little bit tighter so that it would be safer crossing areas. So, and I don't know if that can just be noted because we're at council comments instead of discussion. So, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Garamella, followed by Councilmember Johnson.
No, just Happy New Year and excited for the retreat and let's get working. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson, followed by Councilmember Kessler.
No comments, but Happy New Year, everyone. Happy to be back.
Councilmember Kessler.
I'd like to echo Councilmember Vicky Scroggins Johnson's comment about Airport Boulevard extension, as well as I appreciated Mayor Pro Tem Rabati's advice to wrap up my comments on the last discussion.
Thank you. Town Manager Zudema, anything? Nothing at this time. Okay. We have 2 work sessions tonight, and we are going to take a 15-minute break and reconvene down at the table. So please reconvene at 7:26. Thank you. We're in recess now. Okay, so the red light means that they're on. We're coming back into session at this time. We have 2 work sessions tonight. At first, we'll hear from Jeannie Hooks, Director of Management Services.
All right, well, it's great to be back in front of you all this evening. It's been a while, right? John here, our consultant, he was asking me how often I get back in front of you. I said, well, with budget, it seems like I'm always in front of you, but not lately. So we're talking tonight about the Town Center District, branding, wayfinding, and signage, our master plan development. And our purpose this evening is really to provide you with an update, number one, of where we're in the process. We're early in the process. We're in what's called the discovery phase, and we want to also try and get some input from you as well. So I want to introduce John, who is from Merge. So I'm going to let you go ahead and tell a little bit about yourself.
I was saying my presentation is the exact opposite of Paul's. Where I do have some charts, but hopefully it's worth as we go through some of this. Yeah, so we're going to give you a little bit of presentation. We've just begun the process of developing branding and wayfinding for the town center. We were here back in November and met with stakeholder groups and got met with Mark and staff members. And now we did a survey, which we're going to give you as well as we go through this process.
So there are going to be points, really natural points through John's presentation where we can, or he will break and entertain some questions. So if that works for you, it certainly will work with John and myself. Good? All right. All right. So let me get the PowerPoint going for you. So the topics we're going to cover tonight, as I said, we're going to talk about the master plan, just the purposes of it in general, the project highlights. This is where John's going to jump in and speak about where we're at, the branding, have a branding discussion to give you a feel for both branding and wayfinding. What does that really mean? And what it is we're trying to produce in terms of outcome in developing a master plan. And then we'll do a visual preference survey or talk you through how to take the visual preference survey. It's a real different kind of survey, but a nice preliminary information gathering. It's sort of, I think as John said earlier, to get you in the consultant's head of how they develop and plan for branding and wayfinding initiatives like this. I think that's right. Yeah.
You're doing good.
All right, so as we are developing Town Center as a project, it's really important, and I'm going to give Mark Spagnoli a lot of credit here, is taking a step back, and when we're trying to activate a space like Town Center, the project itself, we need to take into account the other amenities that are in close proximity. And when we are talking more specifically even about branding, creating that destination, and creating wayfinding to get people to connect in and through this area, we don't want them to just connect to the Town Center project, the green. We want them to come to an active area that is about, I think it's plus 50 acres when you calculate that mass area. So that's where the idea of the district came in to play. Is the blue area is what we've designated as the area or the target area that we want to focus on, how to get people in and around to interact, to learn about the area and the things and the history, and to really celebrate the development of what is an iconic symbol of our town, and that is the town center and the amenities that complement it, embrace it, and hug it, as I call it. So it's bigger than just town center. And when John was here with his team, we did a great, with our steering team, we did a great tour, and we walked not only through the Town Center district that we've designated, but we also showed John and his team, we showed off Morrisville, because there's many other assets, even beyond that acreage that we identified in the Town Center district boundaries. There's so many other assets in Morrisville's 10 square miles that we want to also make sure that we're drawing people in, we're connecting them in that space, and that we're connecting them back out to other things within that even that 10-acre space. So in the master plan, the purpose itself, the key objectives that we framed for the RFP is we really wanted to incorporate both those existing and those new amenities that we talked about, the features and the facilities. that are located in and around. As I said, we want to foster community interaction. That's essential. And John's team is going with Merge. They have great experience in this area. They've actually worked in North Carolina and specifically in Wake County in doing these same things about how do you pull an area, how do you create that placemaking through branding, wayfinding, and signage. How do you create that holistic picture or that iconic connection? We want to activate and draw people in and make them aware of events that are taking place. We want to create that lively atmosphere. Another goal is having the ability to complement our existing brand, but also inform any updates that might need to happen to our brand. It's been in place since 2020. And then we even did wayfinding projects that started back in 2016 and had a couple of phases, and then we didn't finish the final phase. So we want to even update what's already there and in place. We want to consider street names and a methodology that makes sense. You know, how do we use what we have, whether it's history, whether it's new emerging interest and themes. We want to make sure that we're folding those into a naming strategy. We want to embrace our culture and our diversity and the innovation. So here's where we want to be smart with technology, even with when we interact with the space. So that's part of this master plan, is that holistic focus of how do we create a plan that we can fully implement that's not only practical, but it's innovative at the same time. We want to embrace multimodal systems that inform and educate direct residents and visitors. And we want to identify and celebrate key landmarks in history. Activity centers, transit stops, any of those services, library, for example. And that was the cornerstone of really the thought process behind Town Center, 10 plus years ago. That library and getting that piece in Town Center, we want to make sure those partners are part of this discussion. Of course, our retail clusters and our residential complementary areas that are hugging this district that already exist and those that are yet to be created. And then we want to develop, of course, here's what I love, the budget and the phasing plan and how we can practically implement this. John's team is going to help us devise what is a plan that's sensible, one that meets our initiatives, but also one that we can phase out logically as Town Center develops, not just past phase 1A, but 1B and through phase 2. And then, of course, John and his team, they're going to, as a part of this contract, provide us that support with the implementation and working with those contractors, that what we learned through the original wayfinding and gateway sign phasing and implementation, that can be a hurdle, and you need expertise in your house. And that's where our consultant is going to support us to make sure that we get good deals, that we get the right kind of bidding going on, and have good competition that gets us the outcomes that we're desiring in the different arenas, not just with the actual physical signs, but those technological signs and those interpretive signs, and just the grid and the pattern and the plan that makes sense. Any thoughts on that one before we move forward?
We're good.
All right. So here's where we have a team behind us. This is not just one lens, this is many lenses. And it started with a great steering team, and that, I have to say, I applaud that group. It's nice to have those diverse perspectives that come to the table when we work with a consultant like John and his group to really flesh out what works for us, to test the waters, to listen and take in information and develop something great. And then with that, we're going to carry forward in working even more so with other partners like the library. We've had some great conversations with Sing Development. They have a stake here. And NCDOT, John and his team have a lot of experience working with NCDOT in terms of signage and easements and being able to execute those. And of course, the chamber, and then our community stakeholder groups. So as we've been working in the discovery phase, we've already been tapping in through our committees and obtaining some input from them that we'll share a little bit later. But we'll keep reinvesting in reaching out and engaging them at appropriate times with the different partner groups. All right, I'm going to kick it over to you if you're ready.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're at the very beginning of this discovery and trying to, just gather as much information as we can before we start the design process. The brand design, we're going through that, looking at brand promise and personality and logo. I should be clear that this is for the Town Center District. We're not redesigning the Morrisville M brand. That's obviously a piece of what we need to match up with and feel as a family of graphics, but we're not redesigning that. Once we sort of get closer to the brand design, we'll start to look at the wayfinding. We'll have done a little bit of the analysis, but then we'll come back with schematic designs of what the signage and other wayfinding elements may look like within the district. Ultimately, that will go through sign planning, where the signs go, what they say, design development, and a documentation package so it can go out to bid. We do not, always make it clear, we do not build signs, so we're not here to sell you more signs in the end. We're trying to do it with the least amount of signs, actually, but so we'll have a bid document together that can go out to qualified vendors for you to purchase that portion of it. Again, we're at the very beginning of the discovery phase, then we'll move into sign planning and design development. So we've done those first three things that are in red. You're going to take that visual preference survey tonight. It's an important group to hear from. We'll talk a little bit about naming as well. And then we'll go through the design options, and we'll go through the steering committee and eventually come back to you with design options that you can look at as well.
So this is about an 8-month process, as we show here. That's something that I've learned through conversations with John and, of course, our SEEing group. It's really important that we make sure that we stay in tune and in line with the development of Town Center itself. Because there's timings in which we need to back up and start marketing earlier for things before they're actually open. And it just makes sense. So that's something we're staying on top of as well. All right.
So when you think about the with branding, there's lots of things that come into what makes Morrisville and specifically the Town Center different. What's different about this project is that we have to do this for something that isn't there. It's not like we're doing it downtown where we can all go and sort of experience it and say, oh, this is sort of the attitude and culture of that particular place. But that is part of what we have to think about as we move forward with it. So is that culture, that quality, the viability, uniqueness of what the Town Center District will be. Ultimately, that gets displayed across a variety of tools. So whether that's the identity and sort of, the things you think about, logo, a slogan, color, and imagery, but it also goes across marketing elements, the environmental graphics or the wayfinding and gateway, interpretive signage of physical pieces that are there, but then also digital elements, websites and social media, the environment and how that can play a role. Ginny mentioned, street names and terminology and what you call things. That goes back to branding as well as other things like promotional elements and equipment, how that gets labeled. We want to bring all of those things together within these different tools that we'll use to communicate that brand. So when you talk about community branding, it's not like doing a product. It's not like doing a corporation. When you talk about community branding, it's really, the branding is intrinsic to its place. And again, it's a little bit different here because it doesn't necessarily exist right now, but it is going to get created by that emotion, that experience of going there. The logo is not the brand, right? It cannot, and the logo, as we develop this, it can't be all things to everybody. Especially in this day and age, not everybody is going to like it. We're going to get comments about it, that's fine. But we do want to keep it simple, right? We can't have a logo that displays everything that you can do while you're at the Town Center. You can shop and you can picnic and you can do all these different things. So you have to realize that it doesn't work alone. There's other elements, whether it's the street names or the imagery or the patterns or the colors, all these things reinforce the emotion, the experience that we're trying to get across as we go through this. So as we do this, we will look at it holistically, and we're really thinking about the visitor experience when they come to that Town Center District. this is the current branding that's out there, or logo and design. Again, we're not changing any of this, but we do know that whenever we develop, it has to live in that same world. It's part of a family of graphics that are, that are communicated. One of the things we looked at was just looking at surrounding communities and what their identities look like, and how does, how will what we develop end up sitting in the center of these, and does it stand out? We also want to make sure that we're not doing something that, oh, by the way, we look at it and then we get to a certain, oh, it looks like somebody else, right? So we want to avoid that kind of stuff. These are, surrounding community logos. And then the next one is, other downtowns. And, again, just looking at comparing it to other places. And, ultimately we will drop in the downtown or the town center logo in here and see, let's make sure that we're not repeating colors that are somebody else's already.
So do you want to pause here?
Yeah, sure. So are there any questions at this point?
About branding at this point? All right.
Okay.
Well, did you have a question, Councilmember Scroggins Johnson? There it is.
There it is. So as far as the exercise today, we're not going to land on a new brand tonight. This is a journey that we're going on.
Correct.
And you're just kind of giving us the concepts, because I've always looked at a downtown authority as being kind of its own stand-up entity. So having a different logo or a different name for the town center, which may or may not be the town center in the future, is something that I've always kind of looked at. So I appreciate you raising this, the town logo versus the downtown entity. It makes sense.
All right. Oh, yes, I will. He popped it up and I missed it. Councilmember Kessling.
So is branding the primary way that we're activating the space?
Well, there's lots of elements that are going to activate the space beyond the branding. So, the physical nature of the space, the events that you have, the festivals, all those things are all sort of tied into the overall branding.
The other thing that John and his team are working with us to help inform how do we establish a social district within the town center district.
Yeah.
So his team has a lot of experience, as well as some people on our staff have some experience who happens to be on the steering team. She will remain nameless back there. That is Tiffany. Is creating that social district area. That in of itself even has another brand component and assets that we want to make sure that we're promoting, but also are grounded in policy and use, and how meaningful this is. We're seeing is a key factor here. Is this is a benefit to them as well as us. So they have some input here that I think we want to make sure that they have the opportunity to weigh in. But that's another way in which we can activate the space, in addition to what programming assets that we would put in place with this expanded opportunity.
Follow-up question on that. Is this process...
Thank you, Mayor.
Follow-up question to this. Is this process to develop a brand, is that in a sense imposing that brand on the space that doesn't exist yet? Sort of guiding the...
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And his group is going to give us the playbook, as I call it, to be able to effectively do that. Why do you do master plans? It's so that he said a key word, that you holistically take into account all factors that create good use of public funds in creating a sensible plan that you can practically implement and deliver the desired goals and outcomes that you're looking for. And to do that holistically as opposed to piecemeal is just the smartest strategy that we can have.
We'll look at how we can get different elements to reinforce each other to create that overall identity.
Before we invest the dollars to do it, haphazardly, is to get that plan in place and have that guidance and the playbook. All right, other questions? Councilmember Garamella, it's not, okay, all right. Okay, John.
So we're going to talk a little bit about the wayfinding, and you can think about that holistically as well. So often people think that I come into town and I run around, I put up signs everywhere. It's not what we do. Signs are a big part of what we do, and that's what we're going to look at. But when we think about wayfinding, we think about it from the moment someone decides to visit the town center. When they go on the website, what kind of information do they get? Is it easy to find information? Is there a map? Can I find where the parking, where I'm going to go to park? Is there identification for the parking? How are they using their phone to find their way? Or are there digital elements to kiosks? And is there a layer of technology that can be brought into this space? And then the environment and how that helps or hinders your ability to find your way. It's not a space where you're on a grid and you're at 2nd Street and you're going to 7th and you know how far you have to go and you know you're going in the right direction. You're coming at it in all different angles. So that's not something we can change, but it is something we need to be aware of how wayfinding behavior may happen. Landmarks are going to be a major part of how you find your way, or at least get an orientation to where you are. So can you start to highlight those on maps so you make that connection for where things are? And then support information, so brochures and maps and visitor guides and all those kind of printed elements, that's part of the wayfinding as well. There's a consistency in what we are calling things and the graphic design that we use. And then, of course, the signage. So you can always think of the signage as big picture in and what somebody encounters on their way. So is there a gateway or a site identification elements that announces the town center? And then how, from a vehicular standpoint, do you get to a destination, maybe like the library or to parking? And then you get out of your car and there's a kiosk that orients you, that you know where you are within the district, but maybe it tells you what you can do while you're there, or more importantly, maybe it tells you you're there in May, what you can do in October, so you come back. And then are there interpretive elements that tell the story about Morrisville, right? What is the character and culture of the place? So you sort of drill down of getting people around, but then telling the story of that place. So we're just going to look at some examples to give you a sort of an idea of scale and scope of things that we can start to look at. So gateway or sort of site identification, you can have a wow moment, right? Where you have sort of a monumental element that sort of announces it, or it could be a simple post and panel that just lets you know that you've crossed into a boundary to the area. Then you're getting directional signs. So DOT, any road that's a DOT road, they have very strict criteria of what we are allowed and not allowed to do. We've done lots of work in North Carolina, so we know it with no problem. 3 message per panel, breakaway, certain typefaces, certain colors are what we are allowed to do. So what you see on the left is usually a higher speed road where you have 6-inch high copy. That's probably more on the edges of the district. And then once you turn in, you see smaller scale there with 4-inch high copy single post signs. Parking, you could have a spectrum of design for parking. So on the left, you could go order it out of catalog. On the right is what we did in Savannah, where it's a very customized P symbol that's on all of their garages and their lots. In between is sort of an enhanced version where you're still keeping that sort of that MUTCD arrow. But the most important thing with parking is we want to create an identity. So when you go on the website, you get that identity of what parking is. If you get a printed piece, it tells you where parking is. And then as you come here and you drive around, you start to see that P and it guides you to that particular lot or area. You get out of your car, you become a pedestrian. Are there kiosks? So the one on the left is a digital kiosk we did in Williamsburg. Now, Williamsburg is a pretty historic place. So it actually came from them that they wanted to do digital kiosks. That is an e-paper. So it's like a big Kindle. So because it's historic, they didn't want something that was very flashy. So just being very sensitive to that, you can do e-paper, or on the right is more of a static map, more traditional what you could do. So we'll talk about that. That e-paper is also solar powered, so you're not running a lot of electric to it. We want to have a map for the area. We can talk about the level of detail that map has, but that map should be the same map that you would see on your website, the same map that would be on a brochure, and the same map that you would see when you get out of your car and you're at the kiosk. pedestrian signs, much smaller, copies smaller, more messages, maybe giving the distance of, how far a destination is from the point that you are viewing it. And then interpretive signs, right? So that's where you start to tell your story about the place. But you can think about, that landmark, that sort of Instagram moment, where now you're thinking about wayfinding beyond your borders, right? So when it takes their picture, they post it, they start to promote Morrisville. It's not just, oh, how do I get from my car to the destination? It's, can we think of these other elements that really promote Morrisville?
So I think this is another place to pause for a minute before we get to the visual preference survey, if there are any questions. So I think Councilmember Rabati had hers up first, and then Councilmember Garamond.
So one of the things about Morrisville that we love and that we're very proud of is our diversity.
Yeah.
And so the digital signage, could that either like flash through multiple languages or have like a language option on the side, that kind of thing? Is that something that you've thought about at all?
Yeah, that goes back to your brand. 100%,
Yeah.
right? You have a very diverse community, you have different languages. So when you have information that's out there, whether it's digital or static or printed, you start to do it in other languages, and that is reinforcing that idea. So absolutely, yeah. Now, we can't put it on vehicular signs just because we're not allowed to. But we find those opportunities. Interpretive signs, we certainly have done interpretive signs that are multilingual. Bigger signs, but you can do that.
Councilmember Garamond.
Yeah. Just piggybacking on that, I think we just heard, saw the Power BI presentation and those kind of things. It's more technology based. I think touch screens are more important, and especially you go to Fenton, you can take a selfie there. Yeah. So that small things add so much flavor to it. And unlike other downtowns, we are creating a downtown,
right?
And the most important thing, other than the town center, is to encourage all those businesses around it to flourish. Only if they flourish, the vibrancy comes in.
Yeah.
So I want to be very cognizant of, promoting them. Doesn't matter who they are, but if they are having a special, if they're having something, those interactive flash screens can talk about it, because it is hard to do business here. Many industries are struggling in all shopping complexes. If they are coming here, we got to do everything and anything that we can promote to ensure their success is our success. And that's the key. I think I don't see anything to talk about the shops that are coming in. Like if you see downtown Cary, they have that district, and I don't know who owns that small bar near the dog station, dog park. I don't know who owns it. I think it looks like a town of Cary on that one mostly, or something like that.
The town does.
Town does that, yeah. So those are like town driven. So it doesn't matter, but these are people who are investing a lot.
The most important thing when you start talking about kiosks and promoting businesses and promoting events and festivals, it's a lot like, I'm going to use Paul as an example again. It's that content and somebody making sure administratively that, yes, we can create the tool to communicate that information, but the upkeep of that, the administration of it, is going to be a real key part of it. So no different, like especially if you have like a digital element. What I've seen is that if that digital element, the data feed is coming from something that you're already updating on a website and it's just feeding it in, you're good. But if you were putting that kiosk as a standalone element and you have to update that content by itself, over time, it just doesn't get updated.
Yeah, I think I know many of the Indian grocery stores have that kind of network, but the radio station basically takes advertisements and automatically feeds to all grocery stores. So like they keep, and obviously it's monetized, which is okay, but the key is to promote what is the essence of the park and the tenets of the park.
And part of this master plan and the way you're going about it is the correct way. Is that at this point, wayfinding, we're going to come back and we're going to say, here's 20 different things you can do. You could decide to do all 20, you could decide to do 2, but we'll put everything out there and then you'll make decisions based on budget and approval and cost and those kind of things as we go through the process. But up front, we're going to just put it all out there and let you sort of have that conversation of what those priorities may be.
What the toolbox looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the last question is, Jeannie, is this all not budgeted as part of the town green, or is it outside of the town green?
So the master plan is budgeted right now. What we are working with him on is to develop that future budget request and the phasing component. We need informed information and what is it that we're looking for in that package to be able to even create the estimates. So that would be through the town center project, but we would need to make an ask for future funding.
So we'll have we'll develop an order of magnitude budget and we'll break it into, potential phases if you're going to phase it, and then you can start to make those decisions.
Because he has the network to be able to help create better estimates through this master plan.
Right, thank you.
Mayor, I believe you had yours up. Did you get your question answered?
I have more to add later, I think.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Kessling, I believe, is next.
So that pedestrian accessibility and mobility can really activate a space. And I'd like to articulate that pedestrian and bicycle wayfinding should be given visual and geographic precedence over vehicular wayfinding. I think if we prioritize vehicular accessibility through the district, right, wide roads, not as big sidewalks, non-active frontages, possibly that would be certainly on brand for Morrisville with a lot of our traffic congestion, but I don't think it should be. I'd love for people to be able to explore, to get lost, to go on an adventure. Some of the greatest experiences that I've had is if you're starting at a sidewalk, back's facing the road, back's facing where the vehicles are. If you're walking through a space and then you take that corner, if you can see a parking lot, it doesn't really hit the same way as if you just see another corner to go through. So I'd say the more you can kind of explore as a pedestrian through the space, really that's where those moments happen. Yeah. Those special special things. You find that coffee shop, you find that ice cream store, you run into your friend, things like that create those special moments. It's my belief, at least.
Any other questions before we move on and let John explain the visual preference survey? I think walking through it does help. All right.
So you're going to scan this in, and then we'll
cancel out so you can scan that in.
So this is the part that's the exact opposite of Paul's presentation.
I do have printouts in case anybody would like the printout version. Yeah. If you can pass that down. Anyone else?
So we have given this, and we'll give you some early results afterwards, but this is a visual preference survey. It's broken up into 2 sections. The first section is more sort of nuts and bolts graphic design elements, and the second part is more brand personality. It is not meant to say, well, if you pick this logo or this color palette, that's exactly what we are going to use. It's just giving us a guideline, sort of a path to go through it. So the first question really is real simple, just list 3 words that describe the town center or town center district.
Is everybody able to access it? I know Safari sometimes takes it just a little bit.
You want us to do it on here?
Yeah, he's going to walk you through it, and you can certainly go back later if you would like to do it later, but we would like to get active information.
Yeah, so we'll just roll through this and explain it, and then you can just take a moment and do it. So you're gonna roll. So the first part is just 3 words that describe the town center. The next is identity. So from a logo standpoint, not that we're going to be using this exact logo or anything like that, but it's you can see it's giving you a clue. The first one is sort of a letter mark. The second one is a much more illustrative design. One is contained. There's an abstract. There's a literal. There's a word mark. So it's just sort of the style of identity that is out there. What do you think would best represent the town district as far as approach? And then we have color palette. The first one, we obviously use the Morrisville branding and the green and the blue. And then we have community, which is a little bit more vibrant color palette. Then we have historic, fun, creative, and nature. Again, just a general sort of idea of what type of color palette would represent the town center.
Yeah, these are not the exact colors by no means, but it gives us a sense of what you're more interested in as we work to build some examples and options.
You're letting us choose more than one, just so you know.
You can choose
Yeah,
more
you
than
can.
one. I would say don't choose more than two. It gets a little confusing there.
So the next one is fonts, and then we go, so there's active and friendly and solid and traditional, and then we go into applications, things that are carved. You know, should it feel that it's very, something that's carved in is very permanent. So are there elements that should feel permanent as part of it? Should there be, how you apply the graphics, something that creates a landmark like we talked about? And then patterns, if you had to choose a pattern for this center, is it a grid? Is it decorative? Would it be represented by something that's more organic? And then the same thing with textures. We have asymmetrical, radial, random, symmetrical. So they're the sort of the nuts and bolts piece of it, sort of graphic design. And then we get into personality. So, okay, this is where it gets a little bit.
Going a little bit too fast for me.
No, okay, we'll slide it.
Not for me, I'm way ahead.
Show off. I'm on textures.
Well, those of you on a phone, it might be easier to see them all on the screen all at once.
Thank you, Mark.
I noticed on the mayor, you
He's
can
right.
only see them one at a time.
But not these colors.
Not the colors, just you can look at the description underneath, and that's really what we're getting at. We're just the pictures and the colors are just giving you a visual reference.
Yep. The problem with fonts is always that the ones that are cool aren't always readable. You
That's
know?
true.
Like,
Yeah.
especially from a distance.
Let me know when y'all are ready.
For the second part, which is personality.
This is the fun one.
So now I really want you to get like 30,000 feet above, sort of thinking about what the logo is, right? And these are just different sort of elements that you can utilize to represent or describe the town center. So the first one is food, right? Is it comforting? Is it traditional? And so the town center, is it traditional? Is it trendy? Is it extravagant?
How are we doing? Good?
And then there's art, right? Abstract, realistic, order, random, contemporary, or commentary, and then folk. Bicycles, chairs.
I always say go with your gut. What do you?
Yeah,
what do you?
it doesn't have to, it's really just, your reaction to it.
And I just love the chair question. Just have to say that.
So like not an actual recliner, but more like what a recliner.
What does it
would
invokes
represent,
to you?
like
Yeah, yes.
Yeah,
What does
it's
it represent
comfortable.
to you? Do you
laid
want
back.
town center? For me, I want town center to be a comfortable place of gathering. That's how I feel about it.
Adirondack chair. I was just thinking that exact same thing, actually.
And there's lifestyle and music.
The rocking chair.
Sports, And the final one is celebrities, which is always just a fun one
That's
to
a good
grade. It's funny, we go back and look at some that we did 9 or 10 years ago, and who people picked don't go over so well now. And you can put in, so if you want to put in a different celebrity, you can. You can put in why you chose that celebrity. At the very end, there is a question, which is probably my most important question for our presentation tonight, which is, please offer 3 potential names for the town center or town center district. Really the question to this group is, you've been doing this project for a number of years and you've always referred to it as the town center or town center district. Is that the name? Like, are we set, like that is the name and we should not explore other names? Or is that open for discussion? We do not have to choose that name tonight in any way, but we need to know as we go through our process. I don't want to go through a process and recommend, oh, you could have these names and go, why are we calling it, it's town center district, just call it the town center district. Or opposite, only show you options that call it the town center district, and you say back to us, well, why couldn't you consider anything else? So that's a big question for this group tonight, is that the name, town center district or not?
Yes, I love that. So John's point is, you're making a significant investment in our future, and you want it to be sustainable. You want it to stand the test of time, and you're committing to something big here. We're creating this iconic place, this district area.
And our question really is simple as, do you want us to investigate that different name or not? And we've asked, so we also have this question, so we have some good feedback from groups, and we're going to show you what the,
And
some
we'll share them,
responses.
yes. But you have to answer first.
Yeah, we're not going to show you these.
So we'll just give you a few minutes to ponder on that one.
And you don't have to have it tonight. You can always say.
Right.
Later.
We met with committees first for the preliminary piece, and then we'll have more interactions when we have something for the community to react to, options that will start expanding from there. But for
The
the
survey
preliminary
is not
one,
a public,
it's
a little
public,
bit,
but-
we talked about, like, because it's not something that people are
Right.
aware of. We've sort of limited to the people who are the most informed about the project.
right, the advocacy groups through the committees is, walking through them is very important for this kind of survey. But there will be other opportunities that will open up at a much broader scale.
Yeah.
We have different levels of stakeholder groups that we've interacted with so far.
I have no idea who that popular one is.
Beyonce.
Really? Is it really Beyonce?
Yeah.
That's Beyonce.
She looks different.
So a lot of these are like, I'm looking at the words, and I like the words.
Right.
Picture is less important.
It's more important than word.
Descriptions, yes, are more important. to see our results? No, we'll bring those to retreat. We still have a few committee members that I'm waiting for them to finish up. He has some already to-date information to show you
Yeah.
after you try to do some feedback right
So
now.
we've gotten 40.
40.
As of today, 40, so you'll be another 6. And then, as you said, there's a couple more people. So we'll have above 50, which I think is good. I think if we were doing a downtown that existed and you could sort of mass, get it out to a broader group, you could do that. But I think for this, because it doesn't exist, 50 is probably good.
So I tried to submit and I got that. So I'm not sure if you got my input or not.
I'm going to check.
Yep.
Yes, I mean, the university doesn't put in the sidewalks until the first year is over. Because then they just watch and see
Where the
people want.
patterns.
You don't have that ability, you don't have that center.
Right.
Reason why people come, tell them why they've done it.
Tell them why.
He said when he got here and we did a tour of the town, one of the things that resonated with me is he said we're really making embracing an iconic identity by creating town center in this district. Something that we haven't had that kind before, and I know we have other things around town that we gravitate to and make special, but this is going to be a whole nother ball game and elevating us. And creating that sense of place and gathering and celebration.
Go ahead to the results, I think.
Go to the other ones, okay. See, I think I just exit out of this. Yeah. Oh, too much.
Yeah, so we have, like I said, 40 up until now, and then, so this part of the presentation is like Paul's. I can go back to Paul's presentation with the graphs. Yeah, so you could see, we just put a couple examples up there, the identity, style, and colors and that sort of thing, what, where people are sort of leaning towards. Question 3 was the color palette. It was sort of the town colors plus the more vibrant colors of the community. Sort of the texture was asymmetric, organic and geometric, which is sort of contrasting, which is fine. We get things that sort of conflict with each other. Personality, style, family is a big piece of this, right? Involved. So they're all things we just consider as we go through the process. These are some of the words that came up. The ones that are larger are ones that repeated a couple different times. I think just from meeting with people, the words that came up here doesn't surprise me. And these were the names that people offered. So again, that key question I have for the group is, can we look at, or should we look at other names outside of Town Center District? But also when you think about it, think about how someone's going to use it, right? So, Morrisville Central. So where are we going tonight? Oh, Morrisville Central. It doesn't really sound necessarily natural. Most people say, well, I'll meet you downtown or I'll meet you at the center or whatever it is. It's likely that people would, like Morrisville Town Center, people may start to truncate that down to, I'll just meet you at the center, right? It's always going to get shorter. So when you're thinking of names, sometimes there's these great creative names, but the use of it may not necessarily be a realistic anticipation of how somebody might refer to it.
I thought that made a lot of sense when he said that. And because I've been thinking of Town Center District all this time. They're probably going to drop it down to the district potentially. And it just sort of resonated as thinking of it that way might help you rule out some other ideas or thoughts. But yes, ma'am.
I don't want to bias my colleagues, but we have to also be mindful of other Morrisville areas so that we're not duplicative or confusing. Because I know District Lofts
Right.
is something that is a prominent branding by our community partners. And we also have the Commons as, a residential community. So even Morrisville Commons might be confusing if it's a
Exactly.
residential versus an active business.
That was really important when we got our driver route and we saw some of those and we were like, oh, wait a minute, that name's already taken.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So, it's good to kind of iterate on that, and it's tough because we are creating a downtown versus having a historical, downtown that we're trying to, activate. So, and it's not right on Morrisville Carpenter or before, so it's a little hidden. And so we've got to think also about the fact that it needs to have an identity and also people want to go see it kind of thing. So I'm thinking wayfinding as part of your wayfinding discussion.
Councilmember Kessling, I believe, was next.
So when I did the names, just coming to the names, I just put Morrisville for all three of those. None of these up here really fit, I feel. Obviously, if you're going into Raleigh, you're going into Raleigh. Maybe you're going to Crabtree Valley Mall, maybe you're going to North Hills, or you're just going to downtown Raleigh. We could call it downtown Morrisville, but with the size of Morrisville, and hopefully with how connected Morrisville will become, especially with pedestrianism, you could be on the north side of Morrisville and get down into this town center area in 5 minutes. So you're just going to Morrisville, it's not, you're in Morrisville. That's my thought. I'd also, I think, caution us against maybe some things that sound like luxury developments, right? This should be a place for the people, right? I think Fenton kind of feels that way sometimes, especially with the types of development that's in there. I feel that, this, you're going to Morrisville, you're going into that small little pizza shop, small little cafe. It's just down the street. I think that's a very more inviting way to think about it. I have another comment, but I'll save that for later.
So let's talk about, just to wrap up here, I think I just want to pause and make sure, are there any other questions we can address right now before we just sort of glide over next steps? Am I good? How are we on finishing the survey?
Can you verify that our responses have been accepted?
Oh, I didn't submit mine yet. I'm with Harrison. I'm struggling with the name. I would like to come up with something really unique, and I was trying to figure out, for a long time, we talked about the town green being a major focal point for this area. So I'm trying to figure out, do you call it the Morrisville Green? I don't know.
All the phases I'm
If you're
concerned.
if you're trying to create a place, it has to have a name. Because Morrisville is just too broad of a name. I'm going to Morrisville. You could be going all kinds of places in Morrisville. You want to draw people to a place. What's that place? Name.
I agree. It needs a name, for sure, for sure. I'd like to come up with something really unique, something, and I'm not, that's not my forte.
And we don't have to decide on, I'm not asking you to decide on the name tonight. My basic question is, are you tied to town center as 100%, don't investigate anything else? Or are you open to us looking at other names, whatever those may be?
Yeah, I'm open 100%.
I believe Councilmember Kessling, you want to go next?
Yeah.
You were almost tied when y'all did that, so.
When I'm going to places in Morrisville, it's usually a specific location. I'm going to Fountain, I'm going to Milo's. Obviously, there's maybe not a whole lot of things around there. Park West would be a good example of that, but even with that, I'm going to Feng Cha. I'm going to that specific business. I'm not going to Park West Village to go tool around in there. So I think the name is important, and getting one that's just right. I don't want to say it again, right? But just going to Morrisville, if you have that, this is the town center.
So if I come off the highway and I want to direct to the town center, what would I direct to?
Well, I'm assuming that when the arrow is the wayfinding currently in Morrisville, that's directing you to Morrisville, is this area here.
I'm somewhere in Morrisville and I want to get to the town center. What am I going to direct to?
Probably use Google Maps.
Now, what do you want the sign to say?
Yeah, what do you want the sign to say? What do you want it to market?
I need to market all those, I need to promote all those businesses and where they're located that are opening up in the town center. And I'm all the way north in town, and I want to direct to it. What's the name I'm directing to? Marsville? That's not going to get me anywhere.
It's just a way to think about it.
When I come in, I want something to sort of announce this place. I'm somewhere special. I'm not just in town, I'm somewhere. Oh, by the way, I was supposed to meet somebody there, and I got there. I see a banner. I see a sign that tells me, I arrived. Right? What that name is, I don't know.
Yeah, so I'm understanding, I think what you're saying, like, I don't go to McCrimmon Corners, I'm going to the senior center. Or I am going to Park West Village, or I'm going to Target. But you can say Park West Village and people understand that. So that already has a brand identity.
Right.
Can't really think of anything in Morrisville Market except Morrisville Market. So, I mean, we're all kind of coming around it. I really like the idea of calling it the center. Let's go to the center. Sort of don't even call it town center. I don't think any other triangle place has the center. And we are the center at the heart of the triangle. We're the center of everything. So that works. Also like the nexus, some kind of innovative word that would set us apart a little bit. Up in Perimeter Park, they have Think Place and things like that. So they're using roads in that way. Wake Tech is doing the same. I also like the idea of just calling it the M. And if we have a big M there, that's iconic, some kind of structure or something on the ground in the green, an M, I think that would draw people. I think people would identify that is it, like Historic Christian Church. People know that. There's an image that comes into your head. If we can get an image that is associated with the name, I think that will be more powerful. So those are just some of my thoughts about how we can move this forward.
There's a public university where the M is very prominent.
Is it a high school or a university?
It's north of here, yeah.
A lot of snow there right now.
All right, we are almost out of time. Another way to think about this is if you compare it to Park West is a large mixed-use activity center. It's a regional activity center. Think of this district area as we're trying to activate an activities center, and we want people to come there not to visit just one thing, but we want them to visit and stay and engage with many things. That's the district concept of embracing not just town green that's being created, but the cottage retail, the library. We want them to go across the street to Indian Trail. We want them to walk on the greenways and really visit the Western Wake Farmers Market and the Healthy Food Hub. We want them to connect through and around and engage. So that makes it more than just going to a specific place. It makes it going to an experience. Fair enough?
I've trained you well.
Yes.
Yeah, Park West is experience it all. So we can move into something
yes.
like that.
Yeah. So next steps, clearly we want to take this feedback that we gather through this discovery phase, and we want to talk about it with our groups, our teams, and really work towards planning out what is that next stage of engagement and who are those stakeholders and how far in do we need to go? Do we need to invite more folks? Because when we get to developing the design and doing the analysis for wayfinding, we're going to start, or John's team's going to start really creating a little more concrete around what it is. And we're going to need to engage at that point. But it's better to engage, you all know this, and I said this, I'm so proud of you all when you do this, is when we give you something to react to, we get a lot better input. So that's what John's team's going to help us do, is to carve out with this preliminary input, start creating options and give us a sense of cost even at that point. So those are those next phases that we're going through. Anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, we'll come back. We do a lot at the beginning, and then we sort of vet it down, and then we'll come back to you when there's a reasonable number of things to consider. Let you know what other people have said about the different options, but you'll definitely get to see those options.
Mayor?
And naming rights and sponsorship, that has to come in much later, or
That would be later. Do you want to speak to some of your experience on sponsorships? Because he had asked us about our policies. and
Yeah,
stuff.
I mean, we'll identify where that potentially can happen, but then that'll be sort of a policy thing that you'll start to talk about.
So surely we already have some of that information in works, and when that's appropriate, we will make sure that we incorporate and complement process and not duplicate processes that are currently in play. Councilmember Kessler.
I think I might have came up with someone, Crossroads.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that would honor the, the historic crossroads that we have here, also the present crossroads, right, where the heart of the triangle or the middle of the triangle. And also in connecting with the town's railroad heritage, ideally in the past and hopefully in the future, regional rail. And then I know this isn't part of it, but definitely with the signage and all that stuff, later conversation, but local labor, historically underutilized businesses and that fabrication, local everything, right? Larger block of comment here. So I was looking at the community feedback. I do like the organic texture. In line with this, but a separate conversation, I'd like for us to consider incorporating a co-op market such as Weaver Street, like the ones located in Raleigh or Carrboro. Those types of co-ops, they're providing organic food, community spaces that fit well within the style preference feedback for involved families and fun community colors, in addition to being organic. Morrisville hosts Holi, the Festival of Colors after all. The market in Carrboro has colorful chairs spread throughout a plaza in the front of the market. And I think organic is also how many of the most interesting and inviting towns and cities in the world have developed. So having that sort of feel to it would be nice.
That's great input. That's a great story you're painting with your words there. So I appreciate that.
A couple other things here. A lot of notable towns and cities have achieved their brand through their architectural history, which was primarily determined by the material conditions at the time when they were constructed, right? Masonry, woodwork, architectural flourishes. I'd like to see these, but you don't want them to be faked, right? You don't want a Disneyland, fake facades, inoperable windows, and inaccessible balconies. The elements in town center should serve a purpose. I just had an example of historical brick, arched brickwork for windows built by local community members that serves a structural purpose, but it also ends up adding to the rich architectural history of that locality.
Those are, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
So those are things that when John was walking around, and more so when he was communicating and engaging with Sing, is really having this complement of really what they're developing and constructing and staying in alignment with in the know of what are they doing, what materials are
they're
they
really
using.
setting a
They
framework.
really are. So that is something that we'll take into
we have
consideration.
to build
Well, you
off
kind
of.
of already did.
Right.
Yes, yeah.
Absolutely. You did.
Yeah.
Very, very good.
And certainly, how will this town center survive in perpetuity 100 years from now?
Yep. That's great. Well, we are at the end of our time, so I really appreciate you all taking the time to sort of allow John to
Thank
walk you
you.
through this. The input's going to be wonderful. I want to take a point of privilege, and I just want to appreciate the steering team that has got us here today and working and partnering with John, and really all of the other stakeholders that we've engaged with so far have been a great experience. And it's an exciting place to be when you are thinking about the future and planning of how to activate this space. And it's not just about the programming of the green, but it's all in how we get people to interact with the space. And not just the green, but the whole area that we sit in. And just what a great opportunity we are sitting on right now. So cool thing. Thank you very much.
Thank
And
you very much.
John.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, junction.
To our next,
Morrisville Junction.
That would be very catchy.
we're going to go ahead and move on to the next item, which is, we're going to hear from Brett Martin, our transportation project manager. about the comprehensive transportation plan update.
Council, as we transition, please remember with these new mics, since they are a little bit farther away from you, to speak loudly, speak clearly for the stream. They're having some trouble hearing some of you. Thank you.
To reduce the echoes if you're going, or if you want them off the line?
We can turn them off. We're not picking up too much echo on the stream. It's more, we can't hear some people speaking.
Okay, well, okay, I can hear myself, so you don't usually have to have a problem with me being too loud.
In the room right there.
Okay. I don't know how I feel about hearing myself, but we'll deal with it. All right, thank you, Mayor Colley and members of the council. I am Brett Martin, Transportation Project Manager with the town. This is Allison Fluitt, who's Vice President with Kimley Horn, who's working on our comprehensive transportation plan update. We kicked off the process to update to the plan in last July, so it's been a little while. But we wanted to wait until the new council was seated before we had our first touch point with you. So that's what we're doing today. In the process to update the plan, to update the current CTP, the last CTP was updated in 2019, and this is generally just a refresh of that plan. It's not really trying to go in and make a bunch of wholesale changes. The town has engaged Kimley Horn and contracted with Kimley Horn to lead us through the process to complete the CTP update. And so far through the process, we have completed our first round of engagement with the public and targeted stakeholders. We've also done a pretty comprehensive review of existing conditions throughout the town with relevance to our transportation system and infrastructure that we call the state of the town, and you'll hear more about that in just a moment. We've also kind of taken another look at the guiding principles, which are sort of the overarching values or approach that we want to take to the update to the CTP and kind of what's guiding us, what should we care about. And so we'll go through that as well. So I'm going to hand it over to Allison. She's really going to lead us through most of this presentation, and then we should have plenty of time at the end for questions and discussion and any type of feedback that you have. We actually are going to prompt you for some feedback toward the end as well. So that I do ask that we save any questions toward the end. So.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for having me here today. I was actually a part of your previous CTP as well, so it's especially exciting for me to be here. I see some familiar faces. I see some new faces. Welcome to some of the new members on the council as well. It's exciting to have this particular moment with you all so that we can go through what we've done so far and then talk about what we're about to do next. So let's see, make sure I know what I'm doing here. Here we go. As Brett said, we're going to just give you a quick refresh on what we're trying to do with the CTP this time around, and then we're going to dive quickly into what we've done so far. That's going to give you an overview of our first round of engagement, and then also a recap of some of the highlights of what we found in our State of the Town Existing Conditions Review. From there, we're going to get into more of our kind of discussion point, which is going to be focused around the guiding statements and kind of that round table questioning at the very end. All right, so first for our project background. I think you all are probably pretty well aware of what the Comprehensive Transportation Plan is intended to do, but I think it's always helpful to level set at the beginning because we do quite a lot of things with the Comprehensive Transportation Plan. This is a visionary document, so we're thinking out into our longer-term future for transportation in Morrisville. So kind of thinking about not just 5 years from now, 10 years from now, but on out into the future. This is not a financially constrained plan. So for those of you all that work with Campo, you're going to be more familiar with the Metropolitan Transportation Plan. That does have a financial constraint component that's associated with it. That's not the case here. But what that allows us to do is think about on out into the future and then coordinate with our partners at the regional level, at the state level. And this plan is really the vehicle to assist with that coordination. So not only is it visionary, but we really want to make sure that it's actionable. So we're going to be focusing a lot on our needs and deficiencies and translating those into projects and strategies. Our planning process, as Brett said, began in the middle of last year, and that allowed us to go through kind of our introductory phases where we were thinking more about our existing conditions and also doing that first round of public outreach. Right now, we're in a lot of our technical development. We'll talk a little bit more about that as we go. And this is where we start to kind of turn the page a little bit from kind of that first portion of this information gathering into the second portion, which is, all right, now we have most of that information. Let's start to put the pieces together into our multimodal recommendations, cross sections, all of those important pieces that we're going to need to take the final step into our action plan, where we actually determine those projects, come up with our project cost estimates, and then actually formulate the action plan itself, where we identify who is the responsible party, what do we think our ideal timeframes are going to be for these types of things, and then compiling that into the document. This is going to be wrapped up by the end of 2026, so that's our target. That's what we're looking to do. All right. There we go. So moving on into engagement. As we think about the engagement overall, when it comes to a comprehensive transportation plan, we're thinking about how we are having that connection between the public and the CTP. That's communication, that's education, and it's information gathering. So all of those types of things are really foremost in our mind as we started to put the public engagement plan together for this plan's development. So what you'll see as we go through this are who are we actually talking to. So we have a lot of different folks that are involved here. Obviously the general public, that's what you would kind of automatically think of. We have already engaged with the general public as a part of our first phase. But also we have targeted stakeholder groups where we feel like we need to dive into a little bit more detail, learn some things that may not be readily apparent that are going to be of particular use or importance as we go into our plan's development. I think we're very fortunate here in the town to be able to leverage a technical team. Your departments are very well internally coordinated, and so we're taking as much advantage of that as we can to make sure that we're getting technical information either from that team or to that team so that this is something that's not just a planning document, but then ultimately can be an actionable document and can be of use not just to the planners, but to the engineers and to the folks in the parks group and so on and so forth. So then ultimately our final two groups that we're coordinating with are the Planning and Zoning Board and Town Council. We did meet with Planning and Zoning Board toward the end of 2025, and then obviously this is our inaugural meeting with y'all today. I mentioned stakeholder interviews. This is our chance, as I said, to kind of drill down on some particular places where we would like to get a little bit more information. This is also a chance for us to talk to some of our jurisdictional partners. Town of Cary, obviously. Campo is another important stakeholder here that we want to be sure is kept in the loop and that we're understanding some of the things they have going on. But we identified this group of potential stakeholders very early on in our process. We reached out and coordinated with all of these folks to solicit potential interview times. And then you can see the ones that have little check marks by them. We've actually had those stakeholder interview conversations with those and gotten a lot of really helpful feedback as well. Other outreach events, just kind of seeing this all on a single page. I mentioned those technical team meetings that have been undertaken with town staff. There are anticipated to be a total of 4 of those meetings throughout the life of this project. We've already held 2 of those technical team meetings. I mentioned stakeholder interviews already. And then our online surveys, we've had an initial online survey that was part of our first phase of public engagement, as well as pop-up events and a public workshop component. So just looking at this in a little bit different way, now you've kind of seen the overall view, let's talk about how this is actually staging out through our plans development. The first phase was what we did in 2025. It was a little bit more focused on data gathering. Obviously, we've done this CTP before, but it's been a few years. So we want folks to get a look at, what is their vision for transportation? How does it relate to the potential goals we would have for this plan's development? And telling us about what's on their minds in terms of some of the things that they would like to see improved or maintained throughout the town. So that was our primary focus for the first engagement phase. It was very public and stakeholder heavy, outwardly focused. Right now we're in the second phase. This is a little bit kind of quieter, I would say more internally focused. There's a lot of internal, very kind of technical work that's going on the plan team side right now. So this is our chance to continue to have ongoing discussions with the town staff and others as we go through kind of this middle phase. But we'll have a third phase kind of through this final portion of the plans development where we are going back out to the public to have more of a feedback on recommendations and ultimately the final document review. So that first engagement phase, I just wanted to share some highlights from this engagement phase. We were, as I mentioned, kind of primarily focused on spreading awareness. It's helpful to let people know this is actually happening. And then focusing on the outreach that is informing our vision, reviewing those existing conditions, and beginning that needs identification process. So just to give you a little bit more detail here, you can see kind of the all of the roster of events that took us through from December, or August rather, to now. So that was technical teams, stakeholder interviews. We had great visibility at Boo Bash. That was exciting. We had to have candy reinforcements to make sure that we had extra candy for that. And as well as our public meeting online survey, and then ultimately culminating with our planning board presentation in November and talking to you all today. So you can see just quick hits on our visibility as far as survey participants, mapping data points that we got from that interaction. And I think most importantly, the in-person interactions and the flyers handed out. So we definitely did achieve the objective of raising the visibility of this planning effort. So I want to highlight some of the outcomes of that engagement phase, and we'll start with talking about our guiding principles. Now, I'm not going to get into the guiding principles in detail right here because we actually have a whole section of the presentation that's focused on that. But just did want to give you all a quick overview. We asked folks to rank these from most to least needed or greatest importance to least importance. And what we saw from this, you can kind of see these spelled out with safety and security being our top vote getter there, and kind of on down. Really what we saw just overall was that our goals 1, 2, and 4 reviewed very favorably by most participants. Goals 1, 6, and 4 viewed favorably by most participants. Goals 3 and 2, there was a little bit of uncertainty. Folks are saying, hey, what does growth and development mean for us in terms of transportation? When we drilled into some of the comments there were comments about parking minimums that came up a little bit about that one when we started talking about growth and development. When we looked at our goal 2, which is mobility and accessibility, there was kind of a mix of comments about this is a great initiative, but also we need to see more public transportation options. So a little bit more feedback there about maybe what the diversity of options were. So that's kind of where we saw maybe that range of answers coming in there. And then goal 5, when we saw a mix of support and kind of moderate concern. Again, we're looking at culture and environment there. And that was, I think, when we looked at some of the comments coming from that, we were, I think, getting feedback on what is the impact of transportation improvements on our natural environment. So I think those were predominantly concerns and making sure that if we were going to have transportation improvements, that they were being done in a sensitive way or that we're mitigating impacts. So that's kind of what we were starting to see out of that, which is really ultimately the intent of some of what we're hoping to convey in that guiding principle. So we also asked folks to take a look at our local needs mapping and tell us a little bit more about some of the various needs here. And you can see that we asked folks to drill into a little bit this mode-specific comments. So folks were able to tell us whether it was a bicycle, pedestrian, roadway, or transit, or just overall general comment. And we did get a nice variety of these mode-specific comments. What you see as just kind of a general takeaway here is some recurring transportation and safety concerns in the Morrisville and Cary area. I think the major corridors that came up a lot were Chapel Hill Road, McCrimmon Parkway, Davis Drive, and Aviation Parkway, which I don't think anybody's surprised about any of those. For bike ped improvements, some of the things that we saw kind of present themselves were a strong call for biking infrastructure, including protected bike lanes, especially along NC 54. There were multiple commenters requesting improved pedestrian connections and safer crossings, especially near some of our activity centers like schools, parks, shopping, and other residential. And then we had some specific intersections and corridors like McCrimmon at Davis or Morrisville Carpenter at Aviation, Morrisville Carpenter Aviation at 54, and Church Street and near the AMC Theater, being noted as bottlenecks or unsafe for non-motorized users. For our traffic and speed concerns, several of the comments mentioned congestion. McCrimmon Parkway and C54 were the high traffic comments there. And then there were speed concerns that were noted. Church Street was a specific example that was given. There were also some requests to reduce lane widths and vehicle speeds near schools and residential areas. For transit, I think we saw a clear desire for expanded transit options, and there were specific locations that were marked as a part of that as well. And a lot of those reflect many of the activity centers that we see across the area, specifically medical and shopping. And then safety accessibility, there were emphasized needs for safer intersections, additional pedestrian signals, and just overall user accessibility. And then kind of wrapping this up, connectivity, we saw a lot of suggestions focusing on connecting existing and planned infrastructure, like linking new multi-use paths to greenways and continuous walkways between residential, commercial, and educational destinations. So just to kind of put a bow on all of that, I think what we took away from this was that the community was looking for something that's a walkable, bike-friendly, transit-accessible environment with a strong emphasis on safety, connectivity, and equitable access for all users, especially in areas of schools, parks, and limited vehicle ownership. So that was kind of the high-level takeaway from that. All right, just moving through some other quick hits here. The most important transportation issues facing Morrisville, you can see the top few here were traffic congestion, lack of adequate pedestrian facilities, safety, and lack of adequate public transportation. So thinking about conditions, we asked folks to rate the following transportation conditions in Morrisville. I know this is a lot to look at on one slide. So if you're going to look at what folks were not happy about transportation conditions wise, Congestion at intersections has the highest poor percentage at over 60%, followed by bike lane locations and quality and congestion on major roads. But I think another takeaway here is when you look at the totality of this, that if you look at over 50% being poor or fair, only trail greenway locations and quality and roadway maintenance are actually showing us more good and excellent than fair and poor. So that was the overall takeaway there. So travel modes. We then wanted to learn a little bit more about the characteristics of the folks we had taking our surveys. Unsurprisingly, we did have the majority of folks tell us that they drove alone. We did have the option that folks could choose more than one mode. So you do see a very high response rate for walking as well, which I think is notable within the survey. We asked a little bit more information about walking and riding a bike and the activities that those users are engaged with, to just understand the balance between recreation as opposed to other activities, and then also understanding what may be preventing someone from walking or riding their bike. And then, just to give you a little bit more of a sense of who we were talking to, of all of our respondents, we did have 80% of those respondents lived in Morrisville, and 40% work or own a business in Morrisville, and over half play in Morrisville. So we also asked for income, and we asked folks for their racial breakdown to just understand the comparison to the population as a whole. You can see that it's not an exact match. It's typically hard to achieve that when we don't have a statistically valid survey, but it is helpful for us to understand that as we go into our next round of public-facing engagement to see if we can target maybe some of our pop-up activities. All right, so now I'm going to move into the state of the town, and this is going to be a fairly quick overview just so you all can get a flavor for this. So our state of the town, this is not an encyclopedia of every single thing that you guys have done since the last CTP. But that being said, this is really our opportunity to capture some of the highlights of what has been done from a planning process and the data that's available that we're going to need to make our decisions as we move into our recommendations development. And there has been a lot of planning since the last CTP. So we're fortunate to be able to acknowledge that and bring that in and take a look at all of those things. So we have done a plan review of all of the plans that have been either completed or underway. So we do, just to give you a sense of what we're looking at as a part of the state of the region, this includes a look at the population within Morrisville. We do like to compare wherever we can to kind of the statewide averages, just to get a sense of what we're looking at here, as well as our total population, and again, race, just so that we can have that comparative, especially for our engagement process. We're also looking at our commute characteristics. This is particularly important for us to understand what our travel movements are, and how we're interacting with folks that are either staying within the area or coming to work in this area or commuting in or out. One thing that's notable is work from home as a mode to work has drastically increased since the last CTP. You'll see that little tiny note there. It was 7.86% in the last CTP, and now we're at 34%. Now, that's something we want to continue to monitor. That number has kind of ebbed and flowed a little bit as recent years and different policy changes by some of our local employers, but we do want to acknowledge that that has an impact on the travel patterns within the town throughout the day as well. Now, looking at the traffic volumes, this is something that we are getting from NCDOT AADTs. Obviously, I-40 is our highest traffic volume, but you can see our major roads, NC-54 and 540, as well as Airport, Aviation, Davis, Cary, and McCrimmon. I think the interesting thing to note here is the comparison to the previous CTP. We've seen decreases or flattening on Davis Drive, Cary Parkway, and McCrimmon since the previous CTP. And yes?
One thing that I noticed is that Morrisville Carpenter Road is not on here because in 2023, we actually opened it up. So there's no, like, inclusion of that data. And I just wanted to call that out to the council just to make a note of that. It doesn't mean that Morrisville Carpenter Road is not one of our top roads. It just means during that data collection, it was a different configuration.
Yeah, good observation. Yeah, so just taking a look at this, this isn't just an interesting point. It doesn't in any way diminish the importance of Davis, Cary, or McCrimmon, and I think any of us that drive those roads still feel the pressure that are on them. So just something for us to keep in mind.
Yeah, when you said Davis Drive has less traffic compared to the last, what is the reasoning for that?
Again, some of this, and I can only
From home?
speculate, is potentially the work from home and just some of the shifting of the travel patterns. So that's my guess.
Just real quick too, this is a lot of the data you're going to see. It's not incredibly recent. It's somewhat recent, but not incredibly recent. And there was a huge change from 2019 to 2020, 21, 22, and so forth. And there is a little bit more of an incline in an increase in travel patterns, vehicles per day, that sort of thing. But, coming out of that 2022, 2021 period, but we don't have the data for that.
So when is this data taken?
This is 2023, but I think Brett's point stands here that we've seen this change year to year, and so it's likely that it has shifted even since when this data came out.
See Church Street either, so I wanted to know because
Morrisville Parkway,
yeah.
but we have a Morrisville Parkway study that gave us data.
All right. So just another quick note here. I think you all are very familiar with the Triangle Regional Model, but just a reminder, this is what we look at when we are talking about congestion, both from a base and future year. I think we do have the benefit of a recently updated travel demand model because it was updated in conjunction with the Metropolitan Transportation Plan. And the town, as well as other neighboring jurisdictions, are partners in that update in helping to supply the socioeconomic information, both the population and employment, to help feed into that model. So as we take a look at the next few slides, we'll just kind of flip through these fairly quickly. This is a base year of 2020. We can all feel whatever we feel about 2020, but I think that the moral of the story is that this does use the data that kind of came from all of our jurisdictions. So I think that this provides a degree of validity, and there has been a lot of validation that has gone into the modeling process.
And just real quickly to note, the traffic counts that fed into this were from 2019. So before,
Thank you, Brett.
Pre-COVID.
That's important to know. All right, so just taking a quick look at congestion, we're going to run through AM and PM here. The things that you'll see that kind of pop out in the AM are McCrimmon at Church, McCrimmon at 54, and Morrisville Carpenter at Church and NC 54. So one of the key takeaways here is intersection congestion. And then when you move to the PM peak, similarly, McCrimmon at Church, McCrimmon at 54, Morrisville, Carpenter at Church, and 54. So I think this reflects some of our intersection bottlenecks in those areas.
So we don't have that for more recent? 2020 is our most recent for that one?
2020 is the base year for the travel demand model. And that's, to Brett's point, a lot of these models have been, this one was updated for 2020 using the 2019 data intentionally rather than 2020 or 2021 or 22 because that was a little bit more stable year.
So are we getting 2024 data for 2025 now? Is that, we need that to inform our decision?
So, and then can we go back to the background on the Triangle Regional Model slide? So, we don't have, we actually might have more frequent or more recent traffic counts that we can tap into now. But we don't have the ability to do a volume to capacity measurement. That's more sophisticated. If we were, we would be paying a whole lot more. If we wanted that data, we would have to pay for it. We'd have to go and get it. And you know, it'd be a whole nother scoping exercise. And it would, if we wanted to build that into the CTP, it would be a whole lot more expensive. The other thing is we were scoped to use the Triangle Regional Model because that is what Campo is using to justify transportation improvements regionally that would receive funding that is available through the MPO, which about 90% of what a CTP spits out for us needs to do. That's what the town would ultimately be limited to. And so the idea here is to be as compatible with what Campo is using for its travel demand modeling and the data sources that feed into that. Actually, right now, they are collecting 2025, or they were collecting 2025 data for the next update to the MTP, which would be the 2060 MTP, right? Campo Executive Board just approved the project list for the 2055 MTP. So it's always going to be about 5 years behind.
I think the one other thing I would add is we're not showing the maps here, but the travel demand model also projects out the travel demand all the way through 2055, which is the future year of the model. And when Campo is making their assessments, we're not just basing it on 2020, we're looking out into the future demand. And that's where you start to see the future year congestion kind of playing a role in all of these types of things as well. So when the town staff looked at the population and employment, that's actually being forecasted based on the growth that we would expect to see within the town and the neighboring jurisdictions that then their traffic flows through the town. And that's going to have an impact on what we see in those 2055 volumes. So I think the takeaway that I would leave with you all is that the travel demand model is a good tool. As Brett mentioned, we have other tools such as the AADTs, and you can do some more targeted analysis if there are specific things that come out of this where we feel like we want to go out there and collect data. That's going to be a companion study or something that could be helpful to augment the CTP. But for the purposes of the CTP, this is a really good information tool because it's the lingua franca of Campo. They're going to say, okay, that's what we need for our prioritization. That's what NCDOT wants for their prioritization process too.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good question. All right, so other important things to note, obviously we wanted to take a look at safety data within the town and understand some of the intersection crash hotspots. We do look at that over a range of years so that we're understanding some of those places that may have recurrent issues and not just getting something that may have had one particular year that had something that hit just one time. So when looking at that from a 10-year period, 2014 to 2023, You can see the intersection crash hotspots are I-40 and Airport Boulevard, Mooresville Carpenter at 54, Cary Parkway at 54, McCrimmon at 54, and Morrisville Carpenter and Davis. So that's just looking at some of the frequency of crashes, but we also need to understand severity of crashes. 54 Morrisville Parkway and Airport Boulevard were our corridors with fatal and serious injury crashes over that 10-year period. And then we also look specifically at multiple bicycle and pedestrian crashes as well. And you can see that there were several corridors where we did have multiple bicycle and pedestrian crashes. We actually looked at that over a slightly greater time frame, just based on the data that we were able to get from NCDOT. So just running through a couple of other things as well. Obviously, we want to take into account our current bicycle and greenway network. I think one of the exciting things we saw, comparing everything back to the last CTP, is that we doubled the length of our greenways and multi-use paths since the last CTP. So that was noted by many people in the town, in the council, as a priority during the preparation of the last CTP, and the action that has been taken is demonstrable here in what we see in our state of the town. All right, our sidewalk network, we have 150 miles of sidewalks in the town and 105 high visibility crosswalks within the town. And then going into public transit, we have our smart shuttle stops that you all were discussing earlier in your meeting, as well as Go Triangle service, Route 310, Route 100, the RDU shuttle, and 26 Go Triangle bus stops. We also have Go Cary service through Route 7 and 4 Go Cary bus stops. Okay, now that we've kind of given you the very quick overview of the state of the town, we did also want to let you know kind of where we're headed with some of the guiding principles and see what feedback that you might have for us. So as we think about our guiding principles for the CTP, we always start from the previous CTP. As Brett mentioned, this is an update. We don't want to start from scratch. There was a pretty solid foundation that was spent putting these together back in 2019. There was quite a lot of time, thought, and effort given at that time to putting together this the guiding principles. And you can see there were 6 at that time: culture and environment, growth and development, safety and security, economic vitality, mobility and accessibility, and system preservation. We have retained those 6 guiding principles, and I want to just share with you kind of where we have landed on each of those, and also just highlight for each one of these. What I'm going to do is not read them all to you because that would be really boring, but just highlight some of what is contained within each of these. This is what was provided when we asked members of the public to help react to these. They were looking at the statements for these various guiding principles, and then you can see the bullets that go along with each of them that kind of give us more of that objective level component with each one. I think it's also important to note for each one of these that I'm going to run through, there is a tie to the town strategic plan. So we thought that that was important to show that we do have a distinct tie to what the town has already identified as an overall strategic plan goal. So just quickly running through some of the highlights here. For culture and environment, the focus here is on the town's quality of life for preserving, promoting valued places and natural assets. So some of the things you can see in the objectives are looking at context-sensitive transportation strategies, minimizing direct and indirect environmental impacts, and promoting consistency between transportation, land use, and economic development patterns. For growth and development, you can see this is focused more around making travel more efficient by coordinating transportation investments and land use decisions. So you're already seeing a little bit of overlap. That's okay. It's kind of intentional. It's a little bit hard to make these all exactly distinct from one another because there's a lot of commonalities shared even within these various guiding principles. So what we're focusing on within growth and development, you can see is mixed-use developments focused on connectivity, whether that's connectivity within our developments, increased intersection density, or multimodal connectivity. We also are attempting to prepare for the growth of the town for coordinating transportation strategies and land use initiatives, and then the connection of people to jobs and education. For safety and security, this is focused on the reduction of crashes and improvement of emergency response. And the objectives focus on the improvement of safety for all user groups, the reliability, predictability, and efficiency of the transportation system, and the mitigation of potential conflicts at high accident locations and rail crossing sites. Economic vitality focuses on the ease of movement for people and freight. So you do see that distinct call in for freight as a part of this as well, because we want to make sure we're thinking about goods movement within the town. Some of the focuses here are the town's global competitiveness, the accessibility and mobility within the town and regionally, the leveraging of our gateways and aesthetic features, and then improving access to local assets. Our last two are mobility and accessibility, which is thinking more about a balanced transportation system for all of our travel modes. And you can see that manifests in our objectives for user-friendly transportation options for all of our user groups, the concept of complete streets, connections for homes, activity centers, and complementary amenities, and improving street connectivity and intersection density to create more direct routes and more efficient movements. And finally, system preservation and efficiency. So the focus here is on operational efficiency and transportation resilience. And you can see in the objectives, we're talking about the lifespan of our existing infrastructure. We're also looking at prioritizing infrastructure preservation and rehab, such as pavement management and signal systems, innovative transportation technology, and transportation resilience strategies for redundancy and recovery for network disruptions. All right. So we covered pretty much all this same ground with the Planning and Zoning Board back in November, and gave them some of the same topics for feedback and the opportunity to ask questions that we're hoping to have with you all today. And we just wanted to give you a quick recap on some of the feedback that we heard from them. Some of the topics that were discussed during that meeting focused around community and stakeholder engagement. There was an interest there with the PCB to think about the engagement of larger RTP employees, or employers, I should say, focusing on those that may have more significant Morrisville resident populations. And then also continuing to emphasize input from our immigrant communities, even thinking about the outreach on global best practices. Input opportunities from our youth members of the community was also something that was brought up as a part of that discussion. We had a discussion on transportation design and innovation. Really, I think the gist of that was clarifying what the innovative transportation ideas were that could be leveraged and kind of brought forward as a part of the CTP. And then one of the ideas that also came out of that conversation was revisiting some of the cross sections that we had in the last CTP. I think namely, there were questions about, are we going to have our bikes in shared spaces, or are they going to be in dedicated spaces, and are those going to be within the curb lines or outside the curb lines? So that was just a question that was raised, and I know that that conversation is actually currently underway with the technical team. There was a good conversation about connectivity and roadway improvements as well. There were a couple of specific roadway connections that were brought up. Specifically the extension of the Crabtree Crossing Parkway. That was something that was brought up as an example to think about for consideration as a part of this planning process, as a potential addition to the needs plan. Also, pedestrian walkways to reconnect areas that have been divided by NC 54 and the railroad, and then other connection points from Church Street. So all of those areas were kind of discussed with the PCB. And then finally, funding and implementation was brought up as an area to potentially investigate a little bit more to understand what options might be available for the implementation of the transportation projects that come out of the CTP. Brett, anything I missed in that recap?
No, I think that captures the important points.
Okay. All right. So I talked a lot, and that kind of brings us to a quick next steps. I think I've already talked about most of these next steps. We will be touching base with you all again in the spring of this year. So now that we've kind of started this conversation with you all, it won't be too long until we have another conversation with you. So we're excited to kind of get all of this out here, lots to share today. And some of the big things we're focusing on right now include some of the evaluation of the data that we shared, multimodal connectivity, environmental screening, and also cross-section updates. So that brings us to some of the topics for potential feedback. These are just some of our ideas, but I think we may also just pause to see what questions or comments that you all have, because I'm sure many questions came up along the way.
Do you want me to preside? Okay. Councilmember Johnson. Oh, I didn't. Okay.
Yes, Joe.
Scroggins Johnson.
First of all, very nicely laid out and bringing us along was very much appreciated. I know this is a ton of work and we're kind of in just the beginning phases. And I like the interview schedule that you shared, and it looked like not all your stakeholder interviews were complete. Is that correct? That you're going to continue that working through the list?
Yeah, that's correct. We actually tried. We reached out to those groups, and some of them we couldn't get their attention, or we just couldn't get a time nailed down to meet with them. But they have been identified as very important stakeholders that we need to bring along through the process.
So you're going to continue to try to engage those outstanding ones that you haven't had a chance yet. Very good, because I think they all are very important voices in the story of Morrisville's transportation. One of the thoughts that I had looking at your timeline is that you're looking at additional public feedback, I think, in the next couple months. You called it CTP feedback or something. And I was thinking of two stakeholder groups that don't necessarily attend the events on a regular basis. I love the fact that you were at our Halloween event, because that was a high volume of people from a cross-section, mostly families, but a good amount of people that you were able to collect feedback. There are populations that don't normally attend those kind of events, and one of those is our senior population. To go to the senior center, to the advisory group meeting might be a nice item for them to discuss and give you some focused feedback. A lot of them are very active. I would broadly say a lot of our advisory committee members are very active in the town, but specifically our senior population, I know, doesn't attend certain events. We also have a public safety advisory committee where they evaluate parking infractions and some other safety issues as it relates to transportation. They are very, laser focused on safety in the town. But again, most of our advisory committee members are as well. So if you're looking at another cut or an opportunity, that would be my recommendation there. I really do like the feedback from our planning board. I was like, okay, that's helpful to me because I can react to it. I can kind of see where they're coming from. And that is an engaged group, just like the seniors and so forth like that. One thing that does concern me is Morrisville Carpenter Road. It's not in any of these 5-year lookbacks to where it is today, just because we definitely changed that configuration from 2 lanes to 4 lanes and along between Davis and 54. It changes the behavior. We changed the access points along that for the neighborhoods, so that changes their behavior, and I think it would affect trip counts as well. I don't want to necessarily say, oh, we have to have a traffic study tomorrow kind of thing, but I'm not sure how we could back into it to try to get some, estimations. But there might be some tools that you could use.
We can get traffic counts for it.
Okay.
And do some estimation of volume to capacity. It's just,
Yes.
they won't match, it won't match the forecasting model
No, I know.
but
it's
it'll give us something.
apples and plums, but.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. It's just, I was curious as we look forward to the next iteration of our CTP, taking that into consideration will help us kind of plan for future projects and prioritization.
And we have traffic, I think we have 2024 or 2024 traffic counts available. I think this point, which that would be after the,
That would be fabulous.
Okay.
That's all I have. Thank you. Now the other Johnson.
I'm sorry, I was still writing notes. Councilmember Johnson.
I want you to write your notes, so that's fine. So I loved, the presentation was wonderful. I loved where you shared information from the prior CTP. So like specifically about the traffic volumes, where you told us, what has changed, and the traffic volumes on Davis Drive, Cary Park, and McCrimmon Parkway are lower. Do you have that information for several of the other questions? Like you had, in prior slides, you talked about key takeaways from the survey. So like one was the, who drives alone, who takes the bus? Did we ask the same question so we can compare what has changed over this time?
They weren't exactly the same, they were similar. And I can go back and verify that information.
Okay, and even how people rated, safety of roads, trails and greenway. I'd be really curious to see, I hear where the survey results are today. I mean, that's clear. But how did they compare to the last time? Is there even slight improvement, or are we slipping? That kind of matters to me. And maybe for the future, we should keep that in mind so we have something to look back at and compare.
Yeah.
That would be really helpful. So that's that. And then, Allison, you did a great job when you talked about all the raw data and the comments, and then you summarized everything. And I kind of looked around and a couple of us made eye contact because you did a fabulous summary, and that is not surprising. Or it shouldn't be surprising to any of us that have been doing this for a while. So I appreciate that.
are you all going to share that raw data with us too, so we can kind of look at those comments? And is that a lot, a little, is it?
Yeah, I mean, we can at any time. Typically, it would be rolled into the final report.
Okay.
The survey would be there and then the results. But we can share it at any time because we have it now because we completed that first phase.
I'd like to see that. I think that'd be helpful for me. Again, I think, Elsie, you did a great job summarizing. If I read it myself, I'm probably going to say, whoop, she got it 100%. So, but that'd be helpful. And then the last thing, and I'm actually going to repeat, because I had it in my notes too, what Vicki said. The most engaged people in this community are those that serve on our advisory committee. There are certainly lots of other really engaged residents, but our advisory committee members should be notified every single time we are surveying for anything. I think that's really important that they're notified and given an extra kind of ask. I think when you ask someone, and especially if it's someone you know, so maybe our staff making an ask at a advisory committee meeting, you're more likely to take the initiative to do it versus just some social media post that says we're doing this survey, you scroll by and you don't do anything. So I think we need to, and I've said this before, this is nothing new, and I'll say it 10 more times over the next year probably. We should be engaging our advisory committees in more than just the focus of their committee. So I just wanted to emphasize that as well. Thank you. That's all I have right now too.
Councilmember Kessler. Thank you. I appreciate being here in the discussion about the comprehensive transportation plan.
Not there?
Not
Here?
there. Yes. Get a lot longer than 3 minutes. So to answer the questions that you provided for us, feedback on public input and what it tells us, safety and security was the most important guiding principle. I did reviewing and re-reviewing goal 2 of our strategic plan, public safety readiness. I don't feel that we are accounting for safe infrastructure in that goal. The goal is to be prepared, right? Be able to send the people out when the fire happens, be able to send the police out to respond to the car crash, but not how to prevent the car crash in the first place. So that seems to be kind of I wouldn't say mismatch, but just it's misalignment, I suppose. But I don't even want to say misalignment.
So I will say, so I agree with what you're saying. I just want to make sure that your concern is that we should focus on those things rather than, rather than the potential mismatch in how you might tie it to a strategic plan goal.
Right. It's a gap in the strategic plan.
Okay.
So, and then there's frustration with traffic congestion, frustration with the lack of alternatives. Seems that if we provide those alternatives, we probably reduce the traffic congestion a little bit. And I remember folks mentioning there's nowhere to walk or bike to. That's kind of a proximity issue. It's a land use issue essentially, which I do think addressing parking minimums, maximums, however we want to do that would address that. The overall planning process, I think it's great with all the community engagement. I really like that. I would like to see, getting back to the safety, being kind of an organizing principle of this. And there's a couple of ways that we could do this. So like if we established a crash response team, so, they don't have to be the first ones on the scene, but then they assess what contributed to a crash, whether it's the wide lanes, whether it's the low street lighting, and if there is kind of these high can't think of the word, but those areas in town where there's trouble essentially,
Yeah, the hotspot areas.
Hotspots, yeah, using, and I suppose this would be an NCDOT kind of conversation, but temporary traffic control devices, you know, temporary bollards, things like that. And then, of course, you know, updating the street standards. Talked about the Airport Boulevard extension project, you know, why that's 45 miles per hour. Go through, you know, kind of a residential area between two schools, bicycle and greenway. I think that's going back to that mismatch, I suppose, in the prevention versus the preparedness. Right, I guess we design our streets to be very, very wide so that the fire truck can get to the scene of the accident quicker, when we could just be having no accident in the first place. Just the thought. And then I'd like to see us conduct bike and walk audits for projects, you know, for the new development. You know, a bit of housing is going somewhere. I think a good example of this is the Slater. Put the housing there. Where could they walk to get to the grocery store, to get to a cafe, things like that? They have to get in a car, things like that. I can't speak to how the town has evolved since the last update, since I wasn't around at that time. But what stuck out to me was the working from home rates increasing, which a huge thing with that is being able to go down to your cafe middle of the day to get it. Be nice if you could walk there. The concept of that, just proximité, commerciality, it's a French term. Additional issues. It seems like we're not providing that balanced transportation system, you know, that prioritizes everything, and that's reflected in the responses, right? 22 pedestrian needs, 14 transit needs. Those are the top two, you know, by a significant margin compared to some of the other things. I'd like to see us distinguish between roads being high-speed transportation between places and streets, which would be a low-speed platform for building community. So, you know, I don't want to see a 45. We're not going to get a 45 mile per hour road going through the town center district, but you know, maybe the roads might be wider than they should be. Vision Zero. I don't think the current transportation plan has Vision Zero in it. We might have kind of talking about it maybe, but not like Vision Zero.
So that is one of the things that the town council did adopt a transportation safety action plan. Mm-hmm. And so that will feed into this update. Yeah.
I think that is most of my comments. So in our CIP updates, we had requested a review of the 45 mile per hour speed limit, and then NCDOT said that they will review it after the project is complete when a speed study can be performed. And I'm sure that the design of the road was reviewed by the town before it went into construction, but it was a surprise for council that was 45 miles per hour when that conversation was had in November, I think, October, November. So that's be nice if there could have been more input in that process, you know, along the way. And certainly if we update our street standards, and I don't know how much we can kind of, you know, collectively say, hey, NCDOT, can we get better designs? I don't know how that all works.
If I may add, the fact that Morrisville Carpenter and Morrisville Parkway are 35, we had an assumption, and I guess NCDOT did not, that it was a 35, which is exactly what your point is.
Right,
so,
right.
Yeah.
And even if you change the speed limit from 45 to 35, it's still a 45 mile per hour road. It's going to feel fine. It feels more comfortable driving 45 mile per hour than it would be driving 35 when you could just design it for 35 miles per hour from the beginning. I think I would certainly appreciate understanding what the whole NCDOT process is at a later date, of course. And how can this plan be used to get what we need here in town, and not just the the thoroughfares that, you know, get people from Cary all the way to 40. So that's my thought. Yeah, just post-construction speed studies can't correct fundamental design decisions that induce height speeds through lane width, curb radii, clear zones, and intersection geometry. And I think that's one last thing. That high-speed road design in urban areas, right? Complex human behavior and high-speed traffic. It's just the recipe for disaster. So just, again, if we can just adequately account for people walking and biking, limit the, you know, just dangerous intersection design, I think that would go a long way.
Mayor Colley.
So one thing, I have to compliment your eyesight because your print is really small and you're able to read it. This is bad print, but I'll try to do my best to read it. So my first question is, young eyes are good. What recommendations were implemented and completed from the last one, 2019? You said that we completed it, we adopted it, had recommendations. When you come back, can you tell us what was done, what's still outstanding? That would be the low-hanging fruit, I think, to get started.
Yeah, and I'll add that we could definitely do that. You may recall a meeting a while back with former planner Kittredge going through all the CTP action items. We took an inventory of what was done, what wasn't, picked your top priorities. So we could forward that on to them.
And I think Christina already put together a slide or two on that just didn't make it into this presentation. So that's actually
we can definitely include
something that's kind of a summary, but that's something that we can get to you quickly.
Okay.
Like tomorrow, maybe. I don't know. We'll see what Allison's doing tomorrow, but.
So essentially, I look at the map of our town, there's only a few pain points. So let's identify what's the end state for each of those, and let's try to get to the end state for each of those. I mean, this is nice to study, but this is a really finite universe that we're working with. So what's the money we need to get these done? I mean, Morrisville intersection improvements, we've got that list. Now we just have to do it. Davis Drive, DOT keeps postponing it with McCrimmon. How can we move that forward? How we can get the airport flyover, the McCrimmon flyover. We have to widen 54. I mean, it's a small list of things that we need to do. We want to do it safely. There aren't any more new roads to be done. I think that we're hesitant to widen curbs to improve bike lanes. So you said that Paramount was the only place that we do sharrows. We need to analyze whether or not sharrows are safe other places in town. I don't want to do sharrows on Aviation right now. It's too thin. Can we do it on Morrisville Carpenter? Morrisville Parkway is unsafe for bicycles right now. What can we do? Do we widen the sidewalks? Do we make them side paths a little bit? Because I don't think we're widening Morrisville Parkway. So those are just some little things to go. But what's our end state and how do we get there? That's pretty much my goal. I'm just about the outcomes. How can we just get there? I think the Planning and Zoning Board has some great ideas, some great discussions. I really focus on walkable and bikeable, I think is what we really need to concentrate on. I think our residents like to walk. That's obvious if you go by Town Hall Drive, you go in my neighborhood, people want to walk and they want to be connected more. So any sidewalk gaps, like on Church Street, Kitts Creek to the end of our greenway in Providence Place, these are things that we just need to finish. Get everyone connected, I think is really a high priority for me and for what I've heard from the residents. For your stakeholders, other people to maybe talk to are the airport and RTA. Joe Malazzo has just some good ideas in general. I'm not doing roads to his level. I think he probably has some knowledge about things that have worked other places that might help accelerate us. Whatever we can do to keep on working with Duke Energy to move those utilities quicker, aviation, that's kind of an aside. Those are the things that I was thinking. But great presentation. I'm glad that we're going through this process again. I think we're going to really try to just check off some boxes. Let's get these done, because we can talk about it all we want, but unless we're actually changing the ground for people. So thank you for all the work you're doing.
No, I went already with that.
Quite all right.
I mean, that's
It's
just.
a jumping off
That's just a
point.
prompt.
Yeah.
It's not, yeah.
I see, like, CDP, this is my second one, so, and the last one was pretty intense. But where does the traffic lights come into play here? Because most of the time we see the intersection improvement is tied directly to the signal and the timings of it, and I don't see any reference of it. And even though we got a grant, we got all kinds of things, unfortunately, these lights are a bottleneck.
So one of the things that I actually sent to Allison today to consider as a potential add-on task, but it would have to be funded in the FY27 budget, town budget, is an intersection operations and improvement study that would look at signalization. It would look at optimizing the space that we have at intersections to use the through lanes appropriately after looking at microsimulation and some forecasting of that microsimulation. With through movements, turning movements, the storage that we have, how can we optimize that space to decrease delay at those intersections? But also, what can we do, signal timing type of stuff that can also optimize that and reduce delay. So this will not do that. The CTPS scopes won't do that, but it is something that is on, the list of things to consider for.
No, I understand, but I think we had a $500,000 from Campo that was for this purpose already in Corpus today. It was 3 years ago, and I think my understanding was we will tie up with Town of Cary because they do our signalizations, and they will do a better job than what we have because we don't have to reinvent the wheel. 3 years down, I still don't see anything in regards to that. So before you ask for an additional budget, which is, as long as it improves it, the $500,000 is sitting somewhere that I don't know where it's getting used for.
And we can give you an update on that. There's another department leading that effort, but they've been working pretty closely with the town of Cary with the goal of getting those signals transferred over to their system. And I know that there's been a lot of activity, so we could get council an update on that.
Yeah, because that will really, there are two things, transferring over to them, but also improving our timing is key because that's the biggest frustration people have.
So so that's on the signal side, which is a good point.
But for the end of the day, the person, common man doesn't care. That is a blocker, and when it comes under CTP, it is.
But I don't want you to see what might be proposed for FY27 budget and think that's all about signals, because it's really actually mostly about optimizing the use of space at intersections, which is a different exercise.
Okay. So. And then the other thing is when I always pick on Kevin Dean, but when we had conversation about the TOD, and he basically said once those flyovers and everything was done, there will be no clog on Church Street and 50 and Macroman. And your slide clearly says that those are choke points today. So the data that we are getting is almost 2 to 3 years old, and it's a 10-year forecast, so which means it's 13 years, in works that will be going. The next year or two, we have a lot of projects which are in the pipeline. Are we considering that as a factor, or are we baselining with an old data which will pretty much in 3-4 years will become obsolete once these roads are, come into existence. So I think those factors, I'm not saying how they will play a role in overall mobility of the area.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that's very challenging about the time we've been in is the drastic changes we've had in traffic patterns, travel patterns, work, not a high work from home rate, now a really high work from home rate, but I think that's probably backing off again and has been for a couple of years. It's just really, really difficult to get good data on which you can hang your hat and say, we can forecast this ahead and in any type of super predictable way. And even when things were a little bit less drastic or volatile, there was always big question marks. But right now, I think it's even worse. It's just hard. But how do we get around that? I don't know.
Yeah, because I don't want this report to get obsolete in next 5 years, and so data is hard. I would say Kimley Horn pretty much has every centimeter in the triangle area, like traffic counts, and but nevertheless, is it good to do it now, or like give a pause, come back, or have a mini study, do only a 5-year study, and then come back, because it has to be accurate, and especially when you do 10 years, we don't update it. Or we do incremental, but not to the level of how much we do, but there's so much data that's going to change right away.
So just to respond to that a little bit too. So the CTP serves, in my mind, two big purposes. One, it's here's your priorities. Here's where we need to focus our attention. Here's how we need to coordinate all our transportation system and all the modes. And tie all of that together. The other piece of it is a legal document that our ordinance points to as whenever a developer comes in, this is what you're installing. So on the piece of like, okay, our data's dated or it's a little bit volatile, how can we really plan very well when we don't have good data? That's a good point. I don't know. But on the, I don't have a really good answer to that right now. But I also can't tell you that there's any predictability that the data will ever not be volatile. So I don't, you can say that, but maybe we wait 5 years and then we have the same. Yeah.
You bring a good point. Like obviously every 10 years there's a lot of movement in the new ways of like pedestrian safety and those kind of things come in. So those are always given a priority. But the other side of what we're talking about, we're struggling, I think that's especially Morrisville is completely built out. I don't know which more streets will come to add or to subtract. I don't know how much is left to do it. If I have to basically look into every street and corner, there's not a whole lot that you can put lines on a map other than some greenways or connectivity point of views that we are missing.
Yeah, Tim, I think to add on to what you were mentioning, kind of to your point, the takeaway that I see for kind of where we are right now compared to where we were in 2019 is I do think that refreshing this at this point in time is going to be helpful for town staff in conversations with the development community, particularly the conversation that we've just now begun about cross sections and how those will ultimately translate into your street design guidelines. That is something that I think always kind of needs to be looked at. There was a total overhaul back in 2019. And I think there's been some lessons learned even since that time of like, this worked great, this didn't work as well as we wanted it to. We need to go back and look at it in a different way. And those have been some of the conversations we've had with the technical team already. So that's, I think, one of the biggest takeaways from this. The other takeaway is as we kind of move forward with some of the arterial level, let's say, or collector level roadway improvements, you're right, the network is what it is, right? We kind of know what everything's going to your point earlier, Mr. Mayor. It's really kind of realizing the ultimate vision. I don't think that we're going to be moving a ton of curb lines in a lot of places. And those that we are, I think we may already have a pretty good sense of where they are. So it's really starting to understand phasing of what can we do now to improve something so that we don't have to wait on the multi-million-dollar thing that may be 20 years from now. What can we do at this intersection that gives somebody relief in the next 5 years as opposed to the next 15 years? What can we add from a multimodal perspective that maybe we hadn't identified because things hadn't fully evolved at that point in time? And that we don't need to have a fully realized data set to be able to do. I think the other real advantage that you all have from a town perspective is the level of planning that you've done since 2019, because you have done the TOD study. You have done the safety study. You have done many of these things where you've actually kind of taken that deep dive topically that we're able to then pull in and kind of take advantage of at this kind of overarching level. So that puts us in a lot better position than if we were just coming at this with only some of those data sets that I showed you. So that's kind of my overall take, is that it really leaves us in a place of having the best possible information, and it gives you an arrow in your quiver when you then turn around and talk to Campo to say, we did just look at this. We do have new information. Here's what's of importance to us as a town. Because that matters to them.
So can I ask just a really quick question? And this is, Harrison said something that triggered this. Campo, and this, it has nothing to do with our CTP, but Campo does like a 101. Don't they do it in the spring? When did they do it, Brandon?
They're going to do it in February.
Oh, okay, good. I
Yeah.
think we all need to hear about that and know when that is. I
I
have
can
not seen
send-
that information.
I can forward it to you.
Okay.
I think Mayor Culley, Councilmember Kessler, yeah, you all get it because you're alternate and primary member, but I can forward you.
Yeah, I think we all need to see that and know. I've gone to it several times.
Yeah.
Probably won't go this time, but I think it's important.
They're offering it virtual this time too.
Oh, that's nice. Okay.
Love it. I just had one little comment, which is probably an assumption and oversight. When I talk about Morrisville Carpenter Road, I actually talk about that stretch to 54, but there's also the stretch of Morrisville Carpenter Road called Aviation, which is probably the most challenging project that we have in the town. Aviation was supposed to be expanded from 2 lanes to 4 lanes, and it has been delayed a lot, several times. And with the 4 lanes now in Morrisville Carpenter, there's even more of a choke point. We also have expansion of the HSNC. BAPS has been expanding. We are going to have the Wake Convenience Center doing some expansion in the next 10 years. So there's a lot of major projects going on Aviation Parkway that we know will increase trip count and bottleneck. So that is more like a forecast versus a study, but yeah, I'm thinking about the whole ecosystem.
I will just say, as somebody that lives off Morrisville Carpenter, because I live about 1 inch into the town of Cary in Carpenter Village, I'm very invested in that.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you for.
Do what you can.
Councilmember Kessler.
So just reiterating, but simply safety over vehicle throughput.
I think I gathered
Yeah,
that
yeah.
from your
And some walkability.
I will say, as someone who bikes not as frequently as I used to, sharrows don't feel safe. Some bike lanes don't feel safe. It's the perception of safety that keeps people, in their personal vehicles, which are also not safe a lot of the times. So having those protected bike lanes is important. That separation. If you build it, they will come, right? Are we building for personal vehicles or are we building for pedestrians and bikes? They're kind of grouping this into the conversation with NCDOT or about NCDOT that I hope we have eventually on how that all works. There was a bike ped funding restriction that was passed by the state legislature back in 2013. If we get a lobbyist, I suppose I'd love for us to like say, hey, we would like to have that funding restriction lifted. Are we following federal standards when it comes to street design? It's kind of been
It depends on
wishy-washy.
it depends on what you're pointing to as federal standards. So there's a lot that goes into this. There's the MUTCD, okay, manual and uniform traffic control devices that we have to follow. If it's not in the MUTCD, you can't do it. So there's that, and then that's AASHTO. That's an AASHTO kind of established thing that you have to adhere to. There's also just with projects, when projects are developed and federal funding is going on it, or federal funding might go on it, there's a whole process of establishing like the purpose and need. And the purpose and need almost always revolves around like you're improving mobility or you're reducing congestion or you're reducing delay or something like that. And actually, when in project development processes, which was not a really good idea, but they used to actually put targets in their like we're going to get to LOSB or LOSC or something like that as success. They don't really do that much anymore because it's not a good idea because you're setting yourself up potentially for failure. But the point that I'm getting at is like what you design has to achieve the purpose and need that you have established for the project. So if we take Aviation Parkway, for instance, that's to be widened to 4 lanes. I think the design speed for that is supposed to be 45. And the design speed actually might be 50, and then 50 miles per hour, and the posted speed limit is supposed to be 45. But that might be necessary to get that facility to the level of operation needed to achieve the purpose and need. So there are things like that drive maybe why the speed has to be what it is. To kind of go back to where we were, what we were talking about earlier.
I think the purpose and need is to reduce vehicles from the roadway. That's my thought.
And that's the issue.
Right.
That's the issue is the purpose and need. Like, what is really the purpose of the project? And when you define it as reducing delay, improving mobility, reducing congestion, then it almost always comes down to throughput.
Yep.
Right? And that's where the point that you've made, which is the issue.
Yeah. And so it seems that NCDOT just is not prioritizing. It's prioritizing certainly economic mobility, being able to get workers to work and cargo to wherever it needs to go, but not communities. And I think that's an issue.
I think you're highlighting the importance of the CTP. Because this is the place where you all do have the opportunity to kind of influence that and at least say, hey, this as a community is our priority. So
I think
So we good?
It's 10:01.
This has been a good discussion. Thank you all very much. Is there anything else you need from us?
No, this was great. Really good feedback. I appreciate it. I actually have a lot of action items after I wrote everything down that I need to follow up with you all on, so give me a little bit of time, but we'll circle back. So
thank you
Michelle,
all
Brandon, anything?
very much.
Thank you. Good. Anything for the good of the order, sir? Right, we will next see each other at the retreat, so we're looking forward to that. Right? I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Mayor Pro Tem Rabati on motion to adjourn. Councilmember Johnson on the second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously 6-0. It is 10:02. Thank you all very much.
Will we see you?